Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What is up, y'all? Happy Wednesday to y'all good folks. Nah, I mean happy Monday. What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling today, y'all? Is somebody ready to have a good day at work? Miss
Good
Simone!
morning. Good morning.
Yo, you in your hotel room, yo. I
We
love
made it,
it,
y'all.
yo.
We made it.
Was it a smooth
I
ride?
miss y'all. It was not too bad. Once we got past this after that. So God is good. I miss y'all so much. I'm like, I wish I had all the heartbeats, the whole team with me.
Hey, yo, Miss, yo, why we ain't get none of that except for
It
God is
doesn't feel
good?
right without y'all. But once Miss Rona is over. All right, let me just smile. Pull Jada on here. Get Jada
Yo,
on here.
it sounds just like this the whole time.
No.
Yo, well, all we heard was the God is good part. I guess.
Okay, I gotta go before start. I guess that's all it was supposed to be, huh? Okay. I love
Well,
you guys.
Miss
Goodbye.
Simone, I hope nobody's screenshotting you right now, yo, Miss Simone. Please.
Okay.
I know, yo, because it'll be freeze face 10.2, yo.
10.2, and I can't do it, Miss Jody. I can't do it.
But yo, we thank you and we love you and we appreciate you for coming on real quick, even with the ghetto Wi-Fi. You got us tomorrow.
I got y'all. I gotta go. Love you.
Love you more. See you. Oh my God, y'all. Yo, you gotta love Miss Simone, yo. Like, yo, ghetto Wi-Fi. Oh, she still made it here. But you know what? Let's get our Miss Simone 2.0 on here, y'all. Let's get let's get Miss Simone 2.0, yo.
Oh,
Listen, don't screenshot my girl, y'all. If anybody screenshotted her, delete it.
oh,
Journal J,
okay. Hey, Miss Joni.
you baby moan this week. You got the Simone hoops on and everything.
Yo, representing.
Yo, let me find out you that won today.
I'm the one and the two. Psych.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, where's our teams at? Is our teams up this morning? Cause it's sunny outside.
I
I
I
don't know.
I don't T comment. Are y'all here?
Hey,
Yo, AKA T cold in the summer, yo. Are y'all here? I
uh,
know I was peeping that glow too. You got a glow this morning, Jay.
you
Yo, you is good. T comment. Good morning, y'all. Hey, Team Dom, y'all. Are y'all here?
team dominators. Where you at? Where you at?
Good morning, yo. Hey, yo, we see the cold emojis. They here.
Dropping them
Team
emojis.
Dominators, you know that emoji is the robot sign. Yo, where y'all at, yo? Them Dominators. Hey, Team Evan, good morning.
We baking bread this morning, y'all. You better get
Yo,
up. You
every
better get
day I
up.
bake bread.
Definitely every day.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling? Good to have y'all here. Yo, Team Luke, aka Team Legendary. I don't know if they got an emoji.
They could get the little. They get the little gold ribbon or the
Yeah,
little
like
medal.
the
The little medal.
gold ribbon. Yo, y'all in first place. Like it's your birthday.
Hey, yo, it's
Let's go. Good morning, y'all. Team Tremaine, yo. Team AKA you tripping if you think I'm slipping. I don't think they got an emoji either.
they can get the shoes or the little running people.
Yo, yes, yo. I take the shoe, yo. Drop your shoe, yo. If they tripping, if they think you slipping. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, y'all? Team Brandon.
Busters, bust.
Yo, Boss Sauce, aka Boss Moves Only. What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling? Good
They got an
morning.
emoji.
Yo, I don't know. I think the boss's emoji should be the little laptop, y'all.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Yo, drop your laptops if you team boss, yo. I know the girls on team boss is up. I don't know about the boys because they left us hanging yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they do that sometimes.
Yo, team armor, yo, aka team all stars.
I love the all stars. Come on, yo. Where you
They
at?
always come through with the stars, yo. Drop those stars. Hey, yeah, Jarrell with the computer. That's team boss right there. I
Yeah,
love it,
team
yo. Good
boys.
morning, y'all. And yo, last but not least, yo, it's the month of August.
Don't
Team
make me look up, Miss
entanglement.
Joni. I'm not in an entanglement. Nobody is my mentee. There is no August. There's no entanglement. It's over. Over.
Yo, team entanglement need the little family emoji with the one person on the outside of the family emoji.
Oh, gee. Not the person on the outside. That's gotta.
Yo, that's the hey, look. I got 5 seconds real quick. I gotta do a blessing real quick. You
Go
know
ahead.
why?
Wow.
Because shout out to Dante
Mm-hmm.
and my man's Naeem. They
Mm-hmm.
did an interview for the Washington Post yesterday.
I'm trying to wait for the Washington Post. Y'all stepping up in there.
Oh yeah, big stuff. But they represented for the youth of Baltimore, specifically young people who don't have access to technology, such as like computers, internet, and all that, to be able to do like schoolwork and virtual programming. So they represented for young people in that situation. And y'all know when I send y'all out to do something, I'm gonna take care of your pockets, right?
Definitely.
My man's Naeem was like, Miss Joni, I'd rather you just bless somebody else.
He deserves a blessing anyway.
Yo, he did. But that's exactly what he said. So, yo, my man's Donovan. Donovan, if you on here right now, Donovan,
Strong.
DM your cash app because you stepped up yesterday. So if anybody deserves a blessing, you deserve it. We buying you lunch today. $30. Get you some shrimp scampi, some snow crab legs with the sweet garlic butter sauce and all that, y'all. I'm
Is that what
sending
you
you
want, Miss Jo?
30. Huh?
Is that what you want? The crab legs with the sweet gun?
I mean, it sounds nice. It
Yo.
sounds nice. But Donovan, baby, you got to be on here right now. I hope you ain't one of the late people. You got to be on here right now, though. This offer is going to expire in about 5 minutes, and that let me know you was late. But DM your cash app. I'm about to take care of that, y'all. We got people at the door. We supposed to be having all these people at the door, y'all?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What kind of party you having, y'all?
The best kind. Let me tell you.
This about to be a mess, y'all. I can feel
Come
it.
on, y'all.
And we don't have not one boy on here.
It's not about the boys today. They obviously don't know how to show up.
Oh my God. Am I saying it right? Is it Charlie? I don't know. Charlotte. Yo, why y'all parents be so bougie? That's cute though. I would just call you Charlemagne the God. Hey, what's up? Good morning.
I'm so excited for everybody to be on here. Come on, y'all. Come through. Yeah.
Yo, it's still people knocking. Good morning, Stinker.
Let them in.
Good morning, Jayla. Good morning, Kaya. Good morning. Is it Kamaya?
Let them in.
Good morning, Kamaya. Yo, we still. Yo, and y'all got the tumbleweeds up early?
Let them in. Let them in.
No. Good morning, Miss Money Mo.
Good morning, y'all.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, what Kaya being antisocial? Oh, there she go.
Come on, pretty Kaya. Let's go, y'all. Come on. Is that everybody?
Journal J, what kind of madness you done cooked up?
You know, I'm breaking that bread every morning, y'all. So, I was talking to Miss Simone, and because Miss Simone couldn't be on the session, I could never leave Miss Simone out of her own session. So she gave us the idea to talk about females who face stereotypes, and we here to dismantle them stereotypes. And I picked the best women we got. New faces, old faces, adult faces, be in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all the boys need to sit down on this session.
They barely stand up.
Mm-hmm. They need to.
They barely stand up. Anyway. So, my beautiful, beautiful Black queens on this success session today, who would like to introduce themselves first? Make sure you tell them if you are a new face or old one. Got it? All right.
I'll go first.
Come on, Kamaya.
I'm Kamaya. I'm 16 and I'm new here.
Who group you on? Who team?
Team Carmen.
Yeah. Okay, who else?
I'll go. My name is Charlotte. I'm 16. I own an online boutique. I'm on Team Carmen. Oh, and I'm a new heartbeat.
Yeah. Who else?
All right, my name's Jayla. I'm 14 years old. I'm on Team Carmen and
Yeah. Team Carmen stepping in with the team. Go ahead. Who next? Anybody?
I'll go.
Someone's like,
I didn't know if I did it.
yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm
I'm single. I'm an old face, and I'm Team Brandon. And wait, no, I'm Team Evan.
Bread. Yeah, I thought so. You better fix that sauce to that bread, girl. Kaya.
My name's Kaya. I'm 18. I don't really know what team I'm on. I'll be honest.
We had to get the entanglement in there, yo. Do not put my phone. We gonna get her on the bread team with Mr. Brandon. Anyway, go ahead, Miss Morgan.
Hey y'all, I'm Miss Mo. I'm Team Everybody. I don't know.
So, as everybody know, I'm Journal J or Jada, and I'm team with the bread with Shanka. You know, straight bread moves out here in these streets. Had to get in my oven and bake these girls up. But yeah, so y'all know Miss Joni. She's Team Everybody as well. Team HeartSmiles. So, went to the group and I asked them some stereotypes. So first we're gonna talk about the stereotypes, and we're gonna explain like how, because some of them are like disrespectful to females and it's insulting, especially when you gotta be mansplained. But I got a story for y'all on that one. The first stereotype is all women are only meant to have babies, cook, clean, and stay home. That's false, but I'm not gonna go first. Anybody? Come on.
No, go ahead.
Come on, Jayla.
all right, so that's a stereotype that a lot of people get judged as. Like it can fall on like both races, but it don't always fall on both races. Like it mostly fall on like Black women. And that's not okay. Cause like a lot of these women out here more independent than you actually think they is. Like just cause you want to go outside and go get your bag and pay the rent, maybe she want to go outside and go get her bag and get the rent and pay the rent. You don't know. You don't know.
Definitely. Well,
And there's some women out here that really are okay with staying home and making babies. So it just depends on what kind of woman you are, because like if you go back down the line, like women weren't allowed to have jobs, weren't allowed to vote. So that idea of only being home and taking care of your family was passed down. So it took a while for women to become more independent. Like us today, we're not gonna wanna sit home and let the man be in charge of everything because we're more independent. But back then, that was the ideal way to live.
Yeah, I feel like that too. Like they need to get out. Maybe they don't want to make babies. Like they don't want to be like everybody else. They want to be out, get a job, and like be more independent.
definitely. Go ahead, Stinker.
How you know a great girl? All right, so I feel like that's so wrong because like I'm like my family is like a lot of independent women, and I never actually seen that stereotype ever. So I feel like that's so wrong because women actually, I'm sorry, women are smarter than men. I'm sorry, I don't care. You have to fight me in the comments. I don't care. We are smarter, and we have so much ability that it's so much power that some women do not even like to show. So that is so wrong. Like we don't like half of us don't even like babies because I know I don't. So.
Kaya. So,
I agree that stereotype is, I mean, that's what has been passed down to make it seem like it does make it seem like females are just meant to stay home and have babies. But that's not really how it should be. It's a lot of females out here who could do the same exact work that a male could do. Males out here doing construction, females can do the same thing. But I also think that comes from males that way because I feel like males don't like having an independent woman or a female that is on a higher level than them.
Right. Ms. Boogie, you want to go first, or you want me to go?
I'll go, and then you. Yeah, I'll just go ahead. I don't want to be too repetitive, but I do think it's a choice. Like whatever kind of woman you want to be is the kind of woman that you want to be, but don't put us all in a box and don't lump us all together and say that we all want to do this certain thing. And just speaking on like being a little bit older, stop asking me when I'm gonna get married or have a baby. Stop asking me that when I want to. And if I don't do either, my business. If I do both, my business. If I do one, my business. Like, stop asking me. Just stop. That's it.
I definitely don't want to be repetitive, like Ms. Morgan said, and I agree with what everyone said. You know, about seeing like parents and women mainly take care of kids and stuff like that, and that's pretty stereotypical. And that kind of went back to when I was younger, when I like first became a woman and was welcomed by my menstrual and stuff like that. My cousins didn't really understand, so they kept trying to make jokes about it, and I was like, if you could have a baby out with your parts, then maybe we could talk about why I feel some type of way every month when I'm in pain, and like you can't understand because you can't feel it. I think that if men was placed in a role for one day where they had to be a female and they either had to go through one or two life-changing experiences, is either having birth or coming on your period for the first time, I think that they would better understand because they would feel a pain. Now, because you can't understand that, I think that should imply empathy because your mother does, but you might disrespect her. Your aunt do, but you might disrespect her. Your sisters, and you might not value her enough, so she ain't gonna teach you how to respect another woman. And maybe you don't respect yourself because then you think getting a girlfriend is cute to be like the rappers and do this, that, and the third. But yeah, the rappers not good for being like that, but they got money to place where their feelings don't go. So that woman can boss up to take care of her kids. Example, young boy engineer. He played in her face, she had that baby and moved on. Simple. Because everybody wants the stereotype that women can't fulfill because that's not who we are. Simple. Johnny?
Excuse me.
Sorry. Go ahead, Miss Johnny.
Yo, I'm just trying to figure out, am I being pranked or something? Because my sister she called me up last night to talk about this exact same thing. And she would be so good for this conversation, but her point of view, like it'll just mess y'all up. That's the only reason why I'm not about to send her the link to tell her to get on here, because it'll completely mess y'all up.
I understand. The second stereotype we're gonna move on to is all women need men to provide, protect, and teach them. Here come my story, y'all. Y'all can go first though.
Can you say it again?
All women need men to provide, protect, and teach them.
Well, that goes back to like control. Like a lot of men are controlling. A lot of them. And it just goes to show that they really don't value our opinion, which is a big thing. But I think that you got to be the type of person that's really vocal. Because if you're not vocal, you just let things slide, and they're going to take that as, well, I can do what I want and say what I want. So you just got to say. You got to be vocal about what you want.
So with that being said, so I noticed like a lot of the times now, like as I see in like my neighborhood and my community a lot, it's not really like a lot of independent people, like even when it comes to men or women. But at the end of the day, no woman should have to be controlled by somebody else that's not their mother, not their father. If you're not my mother or my father, you're not controlling me. Because at the end of the day, I am my own person, and you should be able to speak freely, walk freely. If America's supposed to be free, so you should be free as well. Don't be controlled by somebody that if they ain't paying your bills, if they ain't buying your education, it don't matter. You don't have to explain yourself to nobody. You don't have to be under nobody's rules. Because at the end of the day, if it was that serious, you can go out, you can get a job by yourself, you can get a house by yourself, a car by yourself, you can make your own life plans by yourself. Don't let nobody control you.
Hear me.
Anybody else?
I'll go.
Okay.
So I feel like yeah, don't like how, oh my god, I didn't hurt. I'm gonna say lay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Just back to the lady said, you gotta be very vocal about like how you feel. If you feel like you're being controlled, please leave out that relationship, because I'm telling y'all, it's so many independent women out here that can buy houses, buy cars, take care of their kids all by themselves. You do not need to be controlled by anybody. Just being controlled makes you feel like you're entitled to that person when you're really not. Like, you can make your own money. You can get your own car. Like, you don't need to be controlled by anybody. You're smart. Use your brain. You don't need to combine brains.
Kamaya, somebody.
Yeah, women are independent. They don't need men to buy them stuff, control them. Like, girls, they have their own opinion. They can make their own decisions.
Kaya.
That's fine.
I don't know what to say. I kind of feel some way about this one because I've been through this before. I used to sit back and watch a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you need him, and you need this person, you need that person," and I just sit back and realize like that is not true at all. Because when I personally look back on my life, I realized that I have done everything for myself, for other people, and I'm just looking like the same people that everybody say I need, or the same person everybody say I need, has not done anything. So no female at all needs any male to protect her, provide for her, any of that.
All right. So I do agree that no one should be controlling anybody. Nobody should be relying on somebody as their sole source of income, sole source of whatever. But just twist it up a little bit. I'm not gonna say I need you, your partner, but like, if you want to do stuff, I receive it. I receive it. If that's just the position that we're in. But like, in a position like that, like, you shouldn't need that person. Whoever that person is should enhance your life. They should bring value to your life, but you shouldn't need them or rely on them for anything. Like, if they are providing you with something and that's happening for the time, that's fine, but you should always be in position to be able to provide that for yourself if the time comes. So
Definitely, I agree. I'm gonna go back to the part where it said all women need men to teach them. So I was sitting outside of Douglas one day near Mondawmin with Alda and Shalom, and I had told them I was doing some math in my head about trying to get to like 11. I think I had 7 and 4. So Shalom would stop me and say, "You're wrong. 7 and 4 is 10." So he started counting, and when he got to 11, he was like, "You right." I was like, "Yeah, I thought so." He mansplained me real hard, and me and Elder just looking at each other like, "Sir, you ain't even grown until you're 21. I need you to wait a minute." And I think that really played a part. No, Shalom wasn't trying to like hurt my feelings. Of course, he was trying to make sure I was correct. But I feel like a lot of men do that, where they think they got to jump into a position because they seen other men in their family, I guess, try to help, and they don't really be helping. It kind of be ineffective because he threw my math off. I'm like, I can do math. I went to Western for a reason. Don't play with me. And then it kind of helped me, like, yeah. Okay. I can move on to the next stereotype?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It says females are too sensitive. Oh, boy. Go ahead.
Wait, let's go with this one.
Listen.
Okay. So, I don't think, well, me personally, I'm not sensitive at all. I feel like people are sensitive because of the experiences they had in the past and makes them sensitive, or like makes them have their guard up or whatever. But I feel like women are so strong. Like, y'all don't understand half of the stuff women go through when they're by themselves. Like, women are so strong. Me personally, I know like a lot of people that's not sensitive. Like, they'll have a soft spot, but they're not sensitive all the way. Women are so strong. Y'all don't know what we be going through. Like, that pain be making us so hard, because that pain every month really be, y'all. That pain be, whoo, child, y'all ain't gonna say nothing till y'all experience that pain. Women are not sensitive at all. I'm sorry.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go. I'm not crying, y'all. It's these allergies. I know y'all saying right in my eye. But me personally, I am very sensitive. Like everything hurts my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. But there are some times like when girls go through their cycle, our emotions go up and down like crazy. Like, and some people think we be over exaggerating, like the shit, like you're not gonna understand until you go through it yourself. But then it's like I think boys are sensitive too. It just we live in a society where showing your emotions make you weak. So I think we all sensitive. We just the only ones that are okay with showing our emotions.
Um, Me personally, I am very sensitive. I'm gonna just be honest. It could be the littlest thing, and if it makes me upset, it's gonna make me upset. If it makes me mad, I'm gonna snap out about it. So I'm not gonna say all females are upset though. To this, I mean, sensitive though, because there's a lot of females who it takes them a while to make them mad or upset. So there are some females that are very strong once it comes to their emotions and everything, but there are some females that are very sensitive.
I feel like not okay. So everybody has a different tolerance level. Like Jada might have a tolerance level from 0 to 10. Kamai might have a tolerance level from 0 to 50. Not everybody gonna be the same, and not everybody feel the same. Because I mean, we're not all the same. So it's like if like not everybody's gonna understand what somebody else goes through. Because I could have had so much traumatic stuff that went on in my life, and I'm just not immune to it. But somebody else could have nothing, and they not as immune to it. It's like not everybody gonna be the same. Not everybody gonna be the same sensitive. Not everybody gonna be mad the same way. We all gonna have our different ways and our different feelings. But at the same time, don't judge somebody because they're more emotional than you. Because there's a lot of boys out here that's emotional, but they got a pride and they got an ego that stands in front of them that don't let them explain. Oh, I was crying last night, or I woke up this morning, my stomach was hurting, and I was crying on my mama's shoulder. Not everybody gonna have that same opinion to open up as many others do. Samaya, you wanna go?
Yeah. So me personally, I'm very sensitive. Like I don't know, I'm just sensitive. Like even if you yell at me, I could cry. I don't know why, but yeah, boys, I know they sensitive deep down, but they want to be tough. Like they want to be like they homeboys. They trying to be tough. They don't want to show it because they want to think they be used or whatnot. But they sensitive deep down. They just don't want to show it.
Miss Margie?
Um, so kind of echoing a couple people, I'm a very sensitive and emotional person. I just I don't 95% of the 90% of the time I'm not trying to tell you that I'm like my feelings are hurt or that I'm emotional about something or whatever. That's for different reasons. But like, yeah, I fit that stereotype. It is what it is. Because that's who I am. And it's all about like perception, right? So like, yeah, we have a lot of females that are sensitive, and we also have a lot of males, like people were saying. And we all express it in different ways. Some people choose to express it, and some people choose not to express it for various reasons. And it's not right to just be like, oh, well, you're sensitive because you're vocal about how you're feeling. Like that's not what it is. A lot of times, 9 times out of 10, we're feeling the same thing. We just express it differently. So
Okay, so I think that it's kind of okay. So I'm not sensitive like to a certain extent. Now, a lot of things do make me feel some type of way, but my first reaction is not to cry. It's to get angry. It's to start fussing. All that. Like my first action is to jump and go off. And sometimes that's not always good. Now, I'm not gonna say I don't cry, but for a lot of my close friends, I don't think Stinker has ever seen me cry. James neither. Now, Elda, I cried to her once, and she almost started crying because she like, "What are you crying for? I've never seen you cry before." Same with my mother. Like when she was going like through hospital times, I never cried, and she was always like, "Well, you're not very emotional, and I think you need to work on that." And it's not that I'm not emotional, but my first reaction when something make me feel some type of ways, I'm gonna speak up about it. Because a lot of people be like, oh, females, they'll never be vocal. Oh no, baby. You gonna know if I feel disrespected. Then I'm not gonna cry in front of you. I might go home, cry in the shower, something like that. And like that's about it. But I don't cry in front of everybody. It's very hard. And about the period thing, your situation, like when you come on your menstrual, definitely true about your emotions. Because it's like we are in pain and we like bleeding at the same time, so it's kind of like uncomfortable for us, and it make us irritated when people like start to waste our time or any of them such things, because we already uncomfortable and we already forced ourselves to be around you, so you gotta at least make us a little comfortable. But we are welcoming on Miss Joni's sister, Miss Jessica. Hello, Miss
Don't
Jessica.
say that right now. Don't say that right now. Y'all, it's about to get real messy.
Do not be like that, Miss Joni.
But this is only because we was in the comments and they was saying that they wanted to hear the opposite view. So these views do not represent the views of the Hollifield family or the HeartSmiles family. This is purely Miss Jessica's stance, y'all. It's about to get crazy, y'all. Go ahead, sis. We can't hear you. You on mute.
Yes, this is my perspective, and also the perspective of just non-traditionalist feminists. Because
can we have a short bio first? I mean, a short introduction.
My name is Jessica. I'm Joni's sister. I'm a parole and probation agent. I have a master's degree. I have 3 children. What else y'all want to know?
She's also a HeartSmiles auntie, for just in case y'all was
but that's not, those aren't things that I celebrate about myself, aside from the mother part. So like I said, I'm not a feminist in the traditional sense, because I don't see how even the original feminist movement helped Black women. I mean, basically, when it started, it was housewives. It was white women that were tired of being in the house, tired of being taken care of, tired of being provided for, who wanted their right to go out and work. So, that wasn't Black women's plight. That wasn't Black women's situation. So then why the heck was we out there picketing and trying to fight for rights of white women for problems that we didn't have? No different than with the civil rights movement. With the civil rights movement, all that did was give Black men the right to marry white women without consequence, which is why you'll see in it was like 1968, the rise in interracial marriages went like this just as soon as the Civil Rights Act was passed. And it wasn't with Black women and white men. It was with Black men and white women. So that's just some historical perspective as to why,
This is probably a blessing, y'all. This is probably a blessing. You on mute, sis.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what just happened. It just started circling. But that, like I was saying, that's just some historical perspective and very brief, obviously, as to why women like me don't celebrate necessarily, the independent Black woman, because really it hasn't really gotten us anywhere. I mean, yeah, it's gotten us, to be in more than 68% of Black households, the highest earner. It's gotten us to be, single, but, educated. Is, that's just what it is. That's I mean, if you look at the statistics, I think it has led to a lot of the separation of the Black family.
Tell them what you told me last night about the independent women repelling Black men.
Okay, because if you have masculine energy and you have feminine energy, they both feed and they balance each other. So if you have what's perceived as a masculine woman, and not saying that being educated is wrong. Nothing is wrong with being educated at all. But if that's what you lead with is your masculinity and your education and your career, that's not desirable to a masculine man who has his career and has his thing, has his life together. He's going to want a feminine complement. And because Black women, the independent, strong Black women most often have to assign those head of household, authoritative, got to keep the ship running roles in the Black family, she's automatically not even conditioned to know how to deal with an alpha male and her counterpart and her equal. And two, the alpha male doesn't even want his counterpart with his equal. So then these educated women are relegated to dealing with, guys that they either got to help them or 50-50, 50-50, that's the best situation. You got somebody that can at least do something. Or, you dating and marrying down. Or if you don't want to date and marry down, you single. Because then that's a whole nother issue, is that Black women are the least likely of any group to marry outside or date outside of their race. Black men don't think twice, especially if they got some money. But Black women just have this misplaced loyalty to Black men that just makes absolutely no sense to me. And one of my favorite mottos is unreciprocated loyalty is for dummies. So, or you can say one-sided loyalty is for dummies. I use that all the time.
Okay, I'm feeling attacked. I'm feeling attacked.
So no. So I'm like, we Black women sit back, and that's the thing too. We're a minority. We already have a small pool of Black men, period. And then when you add in the small pool of valuable Black men, meaning Black men that's on your level, that's educated, that's goal-oriented, and that's doing what they're supposed to do, now the pool like this. But we still all swimming in that same pond and trying to fish from that same pond. And then they tell us, well, it's not a lot of us, so as if we're supposed to deal with it. But the benefit of us being a minority is that when you look at just men generally of any race, across all the spectrums, then it's more than enough out here. You only talking about a limited amount of men when you limiting yourself to dealing with Black guys, and they use that.
Thank you, sis.
Yeah, thank you. That kind of moves on to the next one about females being too angry. And I think that, like she was saying about like how a lot of Black females want to be in a relationship with Black men to have, beautiful little chocolate kids. That kind of make a lot of females angry, because it's like, well, if I can't have no man, then I just want my PhDs and I want to keep it moving. And I feel like everybody shouldn't feel like they gotta tie themselves to education and just like move forward with their emotions because they think they can't have a Black man. But it's a lot that go into that, and I'm not the one to ask. So who would like to go first about being too angry?
I was going to go back to these comments because while she was talking, there's a lot of people saying that they don't feel like they should change themselves to become more desirable, or they shouldn't have to change themselves to get Mr. Right. So I feel like we should clarify the conversation, because some people are thinking that they have to change themselves, like they shouldn't get an education, they shouldn't do this, that, and the third, because now they're thinking me being independent is gonna, I don't know how to say, me being independent is gonna kind of belittle a man away. But I don't think it's the men that egos get tainted, like the people said. It's the little boys who don't like an independent woman, because a man is not, maybe it's just me, but a man is not really gonna want that. Like that's kind of, it's like, I don't want y'all to think that y'all have to change ourselves or step back from education because you think you being independent is gonna lower your chances of finding somebody that's on the same level as you.
Definitely, I agree. Like she was saying, yeah, this conversation is not about like if you should change yourself or not at all, because at the end of the day, you like as a person is going to go on your own trial. You're going to experience your own tribulations. You're going to go up against adversities faced. You're going to learn a lot more about what it's like to be out there in the world. Now, everybody got their own choice of if they want to go school first or they want to jump right into the workforce. Everybody got their own choice. So that all depends on you. And yes, there's a small pool of men whom I don't know. I don't even know what men do. But it's a small pool of them, and it might take you a little while to find them. But from the very good quality people, everybody has somebody. So that don't mean change yourself. You're gonna be okay for somebody, and somebody gonna be just okay for you.
I definitely agree because I feel like, well, I was always told, don't ever change yourself for anybody, especially if you're, because all these teenagers, quote unquote, trying to find their soulmate, your soulmate will find you. And they're not going to find you at no 16, 15, 14. You got to give it time. Therefore, do what you got to do. Do not change yourself. Nobody, like, don't let anybody control your personality, control your happiness, or none of that. Like, none of that. So back to the whole Back to the whole Black women are angry. Me personally, I never experienced that stereotype. Like, I never seen that stereotype. Every Black woman I've seen is educated, independent, working, got their own kids. I never seen that stereotype. So I can't really say anything about that because I never personally seen it or experienced it.
I'm always angry. I don't care. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like, I've never seen that on TV or experienced it within my family, but that is how they portray us on social media and on these movies. Like, the Black lady is always crazy. Like Tyler Perry movies, for example. We always laugh, we always crazy, always irrational, we always mad. And that's not how we are all the time. Like, y'all want us to stop being mad? Well, stop making us mad. It ain't that hard. Stop giving me a reason to be mad.
I think, and I do think that people mistake us being vocal for us being angry. So like maybe we express, our opinions, maybe we express our side on something, especially coming from like an introvert perspective. I don't talk about this a whole lot, but like coming from an introvert perspective, I'm like naturally just like don't talk to a whole bunch of people, naturally a little bit more silent. So when I do talk and when it's with emotion behind it, it's like, oh, Miss Mo's angry. And I'm like, I'm not angry. I just was telling you how I feel. Like, I'm just telling you like literally how I feel. And I just have been like observing and collecting information. And this is my stance, depending upon what I've heard so far. So that's it. I mean, sometimes I am angry, but sometimes I'm not. So I think that it's appropriate to be like, hey, are you actually angry? Like, not to just automatically label it as anger, because I might be, might raise my voice, might come with a little emotion behind my voice, but that doesn't mean I'm angry. And that goes with a lot of Black women just in general. We're not always angry. We just
So, I definitely do agree with Miss Mo, because like a lot of the times, like even when I was like still in, like before we got on this like quarantine or whatever, when I was in school, like a lot of people, like I wasn't very social with anybody. Like I was more so like, okay, 1 or 2 friends. They were never in my class. Like I would only talk to people at lunch. And that kind of fell in my category as a problem sometimes, because it's like, just because I notice about myself, like before I make friends, I sit back, I observe you, I make sure you okay. Do you have you been in this drama? Have you been in that drama? Are you known by the wrong type of people? Like, is it my category group or is it like somebody else's group? Am I meant to be your friend, or are we meant to even talk? Like, that's how I sit back and think about it sometimes. And a lot of the times people think I'm like rude, I'm mean, but deep down, I have a really soft soul, and like I'm really kind. Like I like going out of my way for other people until you burn that bridge that you want to walk on. If you want to walk on the bridge and talk to me and be my friend, don't burn that bridge, because I'm not just going to open up to you the way I feel I should, because I like being kind to people. I like helping people. Like I like going out of my way to make sure everybody else is okay before I'm even okay. I'll push myself to the limit where you're fine until I'm not fine no more. And it's like sometimes like people just say, oh, I'm rude, I'm disrespectful, I'm mean, I'm not kind, I'm not social. It don't matter if I am kind or I'm not. It's just the way that I portray myself. And sometimes I gotta work on that. Like I know I have an attitude problem, I know I have a mouth problem, but that's something in the future I plan on growing on and fixing. But I'm not always gonna be angry, because not everybody is angry. They just have a lot of built up pain. And it's not always anger. It might just be somebody's having a bad day, or somebody just don't feel well. Definitely. So we kind of got like 6 minutes before the session end, and we never have enough time. So do anybody want to add on to the stereotype before I change the the field real quick? I think Miss Jessica got something, y'all. We can't hear
Your
you.
mute on.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to two things really fast. The first thing was the whole change yourself. You know, like I said in my introduction, I have a master's degree, so it's not about changing yourself, but for me, it's about prioritizing what's important. That's not where I get my self-esteem from. You know, whether or not I got a master's degree or not, I'm still a good woman. You know, I'm still valuable. So I don't lead with that. I don't have to present myself to the world as I'm this educated, successful Black woman. You know what I mean? And that, like I said, can turn off a guy that's already successful, because at the end of the day, who is going to be more impressed by my education and the money that I make? A guy that already got his own and making his own money, or a guy that don't have nothing? Which one am I going to attract? Probably not the one that already got his own and don't care, right? So that's all I'm saying. It's like I said, it's not about changing yourself. Get your stuff, you know, make sure that you're comfortable in your life. Do what you need to do so that you're not needy and out here begging and pleading and, you know, can't survive, you know. But that would never say anything against that. But like I said, don't let that be where you get your self-esteem from, and just how you present yourself. Just like, it's kind of like, well, what's wrong? Is she not a person too? Okay, yeah, we know she got the education. We know, okay, but you're a human being, right? Like, can we get to know the person? And to the Black women angry and the stereotypes, you know, the music, movies, and all of that stuff is just so misogynistic that it helps to aid those stereotypes and being so widespread, you know, even in our community. Forget even outside of our community, even in our community, you know, dark-skinned people can be seen as aggressive, angry, ugly, you know, all those negative stereotypes. And then too, and this is another point that I want to make. When you look at what happened with the riots, I saw so many, all of a sudden, dark-skinned Black girls, Black women, all of a sudden, you know, they put on a pedestal. Look, I mean, I've never seen so many Black, you know, dark-skinned women, you know, praised and celebrated. And I'm like, you know what? So the dark-skinned Black woman can be praised and celebrated when it's time to be a sacrificial lamb, when it's time to go out here and get a rubber bullet. But when it's time to be pretty, when it's time to be desired, and when you showing women that's just top of the line, you know, as far as looks and aesthetics, it's not the dark-skinned woman. It's not the dark-skinned little baby. So it's just like really is it? So I took offense to that. I took offense to all of a sudden the elevation of the dark-skinned woman. Now that we need somebody out there rioting and protesting, you know, and it's like, if people aren't doing that for you, how many dark-skinned Black women have been killed and murdered, you know, in no protests? But then soon as, you know, but that's the whole other thing. Don't even get me into that. But anger is a normal response. Everybody get angry. It's not exclusive to Black women, but it's just perceived differently when it comes from a Black woman because it's convenient and it adds to the stereotype that's there. You know, the white woman start getting angry, crying, screaming, and it's like, oh, what's wrong with Sally? You know, and that's just what it is.
Definitely. I definitely agree, especially because, like, I'm really light-skinned. I feel like a lot of people be like, oh yeah, she light-skinned, so she's sensitive. Because she red, she gonna always cry. Just because I turn red don't mean I'm crying. But that's not the point. So we got 10 minutes left, y'all. So in the group, with everyone, when we prepared for this, we discussed that we would drop a jewel and a positive affirmation to everyone on the chat. So that's what we got to do, because my mother brought it up when I was on the phone with Ms. Simone, that not only will we dismantle, but we need to repair, as in we need to build relationships between women. Because just because men think, oh, you know, this, that, and the third about us, that don't mean we got to think that about ourselves. Period. So, who would like to start before I drop my jewel? Because you know it get journalistic over here.
We got 30 seconds.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
All right. My jewel is, no matter who says what about you, just be yourself, no matter all your flaws. And y'all look so pretty today. Y'all look kind. Oh my God, I love y'all. Stop it, girl. Stop it. Stop it, girl. Stop.
Next. Come on, y'all. We gotta beat the timer.
All right, my jewel is gonna be real simple because, you know, we got 30 seconds. My jewel is gonna be yourself and be okay with being yourself. Like, just be okay. What was I saying? I was gonna say, all y'all's glowing today. The sun hitting you right, no teeth, pearly white, the scar. Yeah. Don't need them curls popping.
Period.
So, my rule is, I think everybody know my rule is, you're always enough. Don't think you're not enough. Don't ever change yourself for anybody else. And I feel like all of y'all independent because I feel like all of y'all got your little stuff on the side. You know, she sell her little purses. She got a little journalism. Everybody just bomb. I just all period. Bomb.
Period. Go on next.
My jewel is lift each other up.
Definitely.
And y'all are beautiful. Don't let nobody tell y'all not, because y'all are.
Period. Go ahead, Kaya.
My jewel is don't change yourself for nobody else. And y'all look good today, you know. Everybody got their little smiles on.
Definitely. Okay, Ms. Morgan.
Mine is be the kind of woman you want to be, and I'm proud of everybody for getting up on here today and talking about this stuff.
Ms. Jessica, you want to drop your jewel?
Yes, mine is one-sided loyalties is for suckers. Don't be a sucker.
Don't be a sucker.
All right. My jewel is that no matter what type of flower you are, all flowers are different. So be that flower, no matter what kind. And my affirmation to all of you beautiful Black queens is that no matter what no man, female, parent, guardian, sister, brother, cousin, family member say, at the end of the day, you was born in your skin, and at the end of the day, you're gonna continue to be in your skin. So flaunt your skin like it belongs to you. Period.
Yes, thank y'all so much. Thank you, Journal J. Thank you, Charlemagne the God. Thank you, Jayla. Thank you, Kamaya. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you, Stinker. Thank you, Miss Mo. Thank you, sis.
Love you guys so much. See y'all tomorrow at 10
All right,
a.m.
I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, yo, didn't I tell y'all it was going to be crazy, y'all? That, that was a great conversation, though. I can't wait for Naeem or whoever is putting together the boys' discussion. But yeah, man, yo, y'all so lucky that that my sister ain't hit y'all with the would you rather cry in the Phantom or in the Toyota? Something like that she say. It just be all crazy. But all right, y'all, take y'all break, y'all. Sorry to cut into y'all break, but come back at 11 for our guest mentor. I'll see y'all there. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. Yo, I hope somebody had a good break. Hey Kaya, you crazy, yo. Why you going to type exactly what I be saying? What's up, y'all? Yeah, I know my sister called me on the break. Was all like, Joan, did I give him too much? I'm like, nah, you ain't giving too much. But didn't I tell y'all those opposite views are crazy, man? But I love conversations like that, though, where you can get 360 perspective from different people. It's all fun, y'all. It's all fun. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Makai. Hey, Cam. Hey, Asia. Hey, DOG. Hey, Christian. Hey, Trackstar. Hey, Jemiah. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Arthur. Hey, Deja. Hey, y'all. Our guest mentor for today. I don't know. Oh, there they go. They just knocked on the door. I'm about to say, like, look, I don't know. I thought we was about to have to improvise. Let's see, because I'm meeting them for the first time too. So let's see what's going on. Hey, Team Lizzie. Hey, Bree. Hey, King Kai. Hey, Summer. Hey, Richard Bing. Hey, Tyra. Hey, Andre. Hey, Anye. What's up, Taylor? Hey, Anthony. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Famous. FC Floyd, I see you. Hey, Tony. Hey, Deja. Bryce, can you hear me?
Yep, sorry, I'm here.
Hey, Mr. Bryce, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. I was just about to say, look, I don't know if Mr. Bryce standing us up or not.
No.
How you feeling today?
It's Wednesday. That's all I got.
I know that's right. Man, listen, sometimes that's all it is. Thank
Yeah,
you
no,
so
it's
much.
good. I'm good. How you guys doing today?
Man, we blessed. Can't complain at all. I don't know if you got the chat up on YouTube, but you getting hearts already.
Oh wow, no, I didn't even know it was on YouTube. No, I'm joining it here.
Oh yeah, no. If you got a separate phone or something, you should definitely pull up.
Listen, I'm doing it right.
Yeah, hit mute on the sound, and you'll be able to see all the chat. You getting love already.
Y'all are doing my heart glad because I'm. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you see all your love.
Yeah. Now they were. I was telling my wife, I was like, I was so excited about today. So I was like, yo, this is gonna be great. So I'm excited.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much for being here. How did you get here, Mr. Bryce? Because I think this is my first time meeting you.
So I would normally be in the back in my home office, but if I was, some people might recognize it. My wife was telling me her name Nia Jones. That's my wife, and so she was saying, you should really consider working with this group called HeartSmiles. I was like, okay. So I went and I filled out the application that was there, and I think Morgan and I responded. And I was just like, listen, I've always had a passion for young people. I was a youth minister years ago. I worked in college admissions while I was doing that at one point. And so I've always had a passion for it, even though I don't do youth ministry anymore. I think I aged out of that one, but it's still something that I'm passionate about. And especially now in the climate that we're living in, wanting to be able to give back to young people. There's a scripture that I love where Jesus tells Peter, and I'm going to paraphrase it. He just tells Peter that when you've been converted to go back and strengthen your brothers. And so when it comes to the generation that's behind me and us, I've always felt like it's my responsibility and our responsibility to strengthen the generation that's coming behind us. And so that's kind of where my passion lies, even to this day.
Wow, that is awesome. I love it. And we love Miss Nia from Black Mental Health Alliance.
Yep, that is my wife. Yes.
Oh my, you are lucky somebody. Miss
Oh,
Nia.
listen, don't I know it?
She is amazing. Wow. And she's helping to do the training for some of our heartbeats who are getting into like this field of social work, and they're going to be doing presentations and holding sessions to talk about this idea of mental health amongst young people.
Yeah.
So she's one of the key people helping to lead that.
And so that's another thing too. I'm also serving as a chaplain for the Black Mental Health Alliance.
Wow.
So I didn't. It's life is changing rapidly for me and for us, and so I'm not just along for the ride, but really just trying to make a difference and have a positive impact, because people did it for me, my parents. I had, people in my churches and then around me that were always that saw something in me that I didn't know that, was there. And I'm thankful for parents and family and friends and others who invested their time and energy into me to make sure that I could make a difference with somebody else. And so even if it's just one person that I'm able to reach, I think you don't know what that means to that one person. So I'm
Bryce,
excited.
You on it already. You on it already. Look, please keep dropping your little Bible verses and all that, because after the last session, we need that.
Oh, listen, that was another thing too, right? Like, I didn't want to feel like I was talking at anybody. I think that there's been so much of that right now with people telling everybody else what to think, what to feel, how to be. And I was like, you know what? I want to hear from you guys. Like, just talk. And I think if we did more listening and answering questions rather than trying to tell people what we think we want them to know or what we think they ought to know. I was a marketing major when I was in college. And the one thing one of my professors said was, people will tell you exactly what they want. Like, don't try to tell them what they want. And so he used to make, one of my professors used to make this joke. He said, if somebody is all they want to do is buy a Pinto, don't try to sell them a Cadillac. Like, if they want a Cadillac, don't try to sell them a Pinto. Like, people will tell you what they want. And so I listen to what it is that people want, and really what people have to say. And then kind of base it from there, not certainly without compromise or anything, but just trying to be real and open and honest, because, especially in the position that I'm in, I think sometimes that gets lost. And so people are afraid to be honest about certain things. I don't remember exactly what question they asked me last week, Sunday, but I remember one of my answers was, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And it was as real as I could be. Sometimes the right answer is, I don't know, especially when that is the right answer.
Come on, Mr. Bryce. Come on. Now, take us back, Mr. Bryce. Spill all your little tea. Like, where you from? How'd you grow up? Like, walk us through that.
So I am originally from Prince George's County, Maryland. I went to school in DC. So, if you're from Prince George's County, a lot of times people will say they're from DC. And I never said that I was from DC. I had to make a caveat. Like, I lived in Prince George's County. Well, I slept in Prince George's County, but I lived in the city. So everything I did was in the city. I went on dates in the city. I went to high school in Washington, DC. When I graduated from Archbishop Carroll High School, I went to Mount St. Mary's University. I was on the lacrosse team. I was captain of the lacrosse team when I was in high school. Separated my shoulder, wasn't able to finish there, and went to Mount St. Mary's. That's where actually I met Nia, my wife, and then started working in admissions. And kind of bounced around in other different jobs to try to find what I was passionate about. The economy went bad. I started working for the government, made a change in 2018. And so now I work in the private sector as a government consultant. I'm also a licensed and ordained minister. I live in Baltimore now. I live in Baltimore. The church that I go to is New Friendship Baptist Church, right at the corner of, Eager and Bond. And so that's where I worship on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. I'm on the ministerial staff there. And I have one son who, if anybody knows me, and they've heard me say before, like, Nia and my son, Jackson, they are the best parts of me. Like, I could not, any good thing that I have done, it is them. I have made mistakes, but the two best things in my life are my wife and my son. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I cut across the grass a little bit there, but that's me now. Like I said, I serve as the.
Though? Why from PG to Baltimore?
So when we were looking to buy a house, Nia we wanted to stay in Prince George's County. I also wanted to live in the city. It's just expensive to live where I'm from. It really is. And the one thing we didn't want to be was, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, but like house poor. Like, you got a house, but you can't do anything else. Like, we didn't want that for ourselves. And so we looked around. I'm like, okay, Baltimore might be the best place for us. And so we moved here, and well, for Nia, it was moving back. For me, it was moving too. And jokingly, people are like, "Oh, you're from Baltimore," and I was like, "Whoa, wait! I live in Baltimore. I am still from Prince George's County, but it is where I decided to make a home. Like my son is a Baltimorean. He was born in Baltimore, or Towson technically, but I live in Baltimore, and so I don't make any qualms about that. If this is where I'm going to live, then this is where I want to have an impact. It's not still trying to chase where I'm from. I don't forget where I'm from, but I certainly know where I am now and where my son is, and that's where I'm trying to make the difference. Where my family and I decided we were going to set up roots.
Yeah. Oh, we know you ain't from here because you go and you order your chicken box with mumbo sauce.
Oh, I will go get my mumbo sauce. I still, and I had for a while. I was making my own. So
what?
Yep. I used to actually keep it in the. I would make it by like the tub really, and just have it. And, Nia went to go get like something from Hip Hop or a Sonny's, and people were like, "Oh, you want barbecue?" No, I'm good. I got mine. Except for the honey chicken that used to be at Sonny's. I did eat that. The hot honey wings from Sonny's. I was like, listen, I don't know that there's anything like that from PG County or DC. If it is, I missed it. But that was something different. But
you are too
everything
funny.
else,
I love it.
I want my mumbo sauce.
You are crazy. You are crazy. Mr. Bryce, did you always know like that you were going to be like successful as far as like going to college and having a career? Like, was that path like laid out for you with like the family that you came from?
I think so. It was sort of an expectation, but it was never pressured, right? Like my parents allowed my brother and I to really be whoever we were going to be. I remember, college was always on the horizon for me. I mean, but that was something that was cultivated kind of young for me.
Are y'all first generation?
No, both my parents went to college. My grandparents, my grandmother is a graduate, God rest her. So my grandmother was a graduate of Winston-Salem State. My aunt and uncle, like everybody in my family, went to college. So my brother and I, the youngest two of my mother's, on my mother's side, we're the youngest two. We all went to college. I had a cousin who went to UNC, another cousin who went to Towson after he transferred from Clark. And like all of us, let me see, I think 5 out of the 6 have masters. Wow. Yeah, and I have one cousin who has multiple masters. So, and then even on my dad's side, like all of my cousins there are college graduates, and so it was an not necessarily an expectation. Did I know I was going to be successful? I don't know that anyone knows that they're going to be successful out the gate, right? Like we have ideas about what we want in life, but it's kind of hard to know what your success is going to look like. I knew that I was called to preach at an early age. I just ran from it for as long as I could. And it was kind of interesting because all the things that I had lined up from when I was getting ready to graduate from college all fell through. And that was around the time that I was like fully accepted my call to preach. It's like there were internships and job offers. Well, not offers, but like opportunities that were on the table that just all fell through. Like I even like down to the safety job choices that I had were just like, nope, those are gone. All gone. Administrations were changing. It was so much that was happening. And it was interesting. Like when people talk about the callings that they have, I understood what mine was. I just didn't think that it would get in the way of what I really wanted. I really, truly wanted to be, at one point I wanted to be a lawyer, but then one of my roommates and I talked about being agents in athletics, like sports agents. And we had this whole plan laid out. All of it fell through. All of it. Like, not that we did anything wrong. It fell through. And so I went back to like, okay, then there's something higher here. There's something a little bit more here than that's beyond me. And so I leaned into it. And it's not that I miss it. It's just like I am more than content with where I am in life, because if anything worked out differently, I don't know that I'd be here talking to you guys today.
Wow. Wow. And what do you mean when you say that you were running from your calling? Like, what
I
was
didn't
that
want to
like?
preach. I did not want to
Why?
preach. Oh my gosh. Like, so here's another, my dad is a preacher. My mom is recently, but my grandfather, my great grandfather, I am a 4th generation preacher. So I did
wow.
not, and I will tell people openly and honestly, I have grown up in the church. The church wasn't always in me. We could get, fill in whatever you need to. Like, there's something my grandfather still says to this day: confession is good for the soul, but it's bad for the reputation. So I don't confess a whole lot. But I didn't want to preach. I really did feel, I was like, you know what? I'm going to not do this for as long as I can. And some people think like, oh, that wasn't really what I knew. That I was called to preach when I was 13 years old. 13. I remember exactly where I was, what was happening, and everything. I used to wake up in the middle of the night with just like sermon ideas, and like, I didn't know what was happening. And so I told my dad. I think the first time I told my dad, I was like 16. And then from like 16 to 21, I was like, oh yeah, I'm basically going to show God, you made a mistake here. I'm not going to do it. Like, will not do it. And I didn't for as long as I could.
Wow. Was it just because you didn't feel like you wanted to carry on that tradition with your family, or it was just like you had something against the idea of preaching? Like,
no, not it. I had this idea about what I wanted in life, and that was to travel and to leave the East Coast. And so I was looking at California. That was one of the places that I looked at, even with one of the internships and jobs that I was working with the Career Center for when I was getting ready to leave. All of it. I mean, it just kept everything that I was reaching for, that I thought that I had worked for, was no longer within my grasp. And I was like, okay, I get it. And I was gonna be like, okay, I'll come back around to it eventually. And I don't know who coined the phrase, but it was like, if you ever want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. And that's kind of where, I look back on it now at, oh gosh, I'm getting ready to age myself at 30 something. And like, you know what? It was for the best though, because I really had nothing to run to. I was just running towards work. And it's amazing though, because the traveling that I said that I wanted to do, I was able to do still. It just happened in a different way.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. What would you say was like the hardest thing to overcome to reach the place of success, like where you are now?
Oh, the hardest thing. I don't know if there's one particular thing, but like the time that you have to put in to be in anything, right? In anything that you do, it requires time, and it requires some level of sacrifice. Like, don't let anybody tell you, like, whether a lot of times we lean on athletes and they'll say, oh, you wasn't with me in the gym when I was shooting. That's so true. Like, you have to put in whatever you are going to do. Like when people say, success isn't an accident, you plan for that. Like if you don't take your craft, whatever that is, seriously, you won't be successful. You just won't. At best, you'll be mediocre. And learning when to say no, right? So there's this idea, and so like I'll even talk about this, right? Like I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and we were talking about how things on social media keep popping up, and people are saying things like, "Oh, if you don't come out of this, coronavirus thing without a business plan, you failed." No, everybody's not called to entrepreneurship. Like, you know what I mean? Like, stop letting somebody who has a team of people surrounding them and endless amounts of money tell you that because you're not where they are, that you're not successful, right? Like, no, they did not wake up like this. That's a makeup artist. And I'm not, I'm not calling out anybody in particular. I'm just saying, like, there are people who social media will make you think that that's real life, and it's not. Mm-hmm. And so there was that aspect of it. It's being able to dedicate yourself and put in the work. You got to be willing to put in the work at whatever you're trying to do. Learn when to say no, because if you don't, I had my lacrosse coach used to tell me, don't spread yourself too thin, because if you do, you'll end up, you're thinking that you're giving 100% to everything when you're really giving everybody 50. You cannot spread yourself but so far. There's not enough hours in the day for you got to sleep, you got to eat, you got to take care of yourself. There's so many different aspects that come into that, but learning and knowing when to say no is also going to be important. And so maybe if it was one thing, it was learning when to say no. Because you want to say yes to everything. Like, I got to gobble up all these opportunities. And that's not really the case. You just wait. Just wait on it. It'll happen, but you got to work at it. You have to be willing to work at it. And if you're not, then that's wishful thinking if you're not willing to work at it.
Come on now. You over here, you in the pool pit right now. You got your little robe right beside you, don't you?
Listen.
Because you preaching, Mr. Bryce.
I try to be as real and as honest as I can about the experiences that I have. And so I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is that happened for me and other people that I know that have, imparted that wisdom on me as well.
This is too real. Now, with youth ministry, so all your folks are like teenagers, like those are the people who come and like listen to hear you preach?
No, like now at the church that I'm in, I teach Sunday school for like the adults. I still reach back though with teenagers and young adults. I don't know what young adult means anymore. Like everybody throws out things like millennial, and I'm like, everybody's not a millennial. I am full-fledged, but no, I mean, I don't cater to one age group anymore. I still like to give back, but also knowing that as I grow in life, like the ministry that I'm a part of will change as well. And so I teach adult Sunday schools and things like that, and have done preaching for different types of events that other churches have had. And so it's really just understanding where my calling is. And so I'll preach to, just about if someone invites me or anything like that, or, if there's a conference or something, I pray about it and, seek that guidance. I even talk to sometimes my dad, my pastor, my grandfather, or, my friends in ministry, and just, sometimes get their opinions on different things as well.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. What would you say to young people who are conflicted on this idea of like being spiritual versus being religious?
Oh, so I think I may have said it on the Spiritual Sunday week before last, but I believe in relationship and not religion. I remember being at a Kirk Franklin concert one time. It was a couple of years ago. And if you go on my social media, I actually have a picture with him afterwards. I didn't get like backstage tickets or anything. We just saw him at a restaurant right after the concert was over in DC. He was actually eating with one of the people that I was going to church with at the time. And I was like, oh, I told my wife, and I was like, I want to meet Kirk Franklin because we can do that real quick. And so we did. But anyway, in the concert, Kirk Franklin said something that stuck with me. He said, religion without relationship is rebellion. That if you have no real relationship, then where are you, right? Like religion never really truly, I don't think, helped anybody, but a relationship will take you further than religion ever can. And so I don't know, like when people talk about the difference between religious and spiritual, like I always will try to help people cultivate their spiritual relationship with God, right? But part of that is being open and honest about where you are in your own faith, and not just, taking it to mean something that it may not necessarily be, right? Like if you are, I believe that God will make himself known to people if they really truly want him to be. And I don't use the word like him as a way to like, I know people are very mindful of, who God is and things like that. And so I'm mindful of that, but just wanting to help everyone understand that relationship is more important than religion, much more important than religion.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. What's been like the biggest challenge that you've seen in terms of helping like young people particularly kind of cultivate whatever type of relationship that they want to have, if they want to be, more in tune with like their spiritual side, being closer to God and all those things, if that's what they choose to do?
Oh yeah, like that's actually a great question. Actually, one of the easier ones to answer, because having had those conversations with young people, their responses to me have always been somewhere around like, oh, the hypocrisy of the church, or having had a bad experience in the church. I'm actually working on a presentation right now that I hope to give at some point. It's called The Psychology of Church Hurt, where someone, and it ends up being someone that hurt you in the church. Whatever church it was, something happened that tried to hurt your family or anything like that. And as a kid who grew up, or as a person or a man who grew up in the church, I saw it happen all too often. And it's not specific to one denomination or anything, right? Like whether you're Baptist or A&B, or like wherever you are, I have seen it happen to so many people. And like, it's hard to bounce back from that. And at a young age, you're like, oh, well, if everybody's like that, then what's the point in being here? For some people, the only God that they'll ever see are the people that they go to church with. And so if it's those people that keep hurting you, whether it's by what they say, by what they do, or anything like that, then people will feel like, oh, well, if that's the God that y'all are talking about, then I want no parts of that. Or it's just, if this is what the church is, I'm good. Like I'll find spirituality in another place. And what ends up happening is people start to pick and choose so many different things as they grow up, because they end up, and exposure is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you don't have the right mindset for where you are, you'll end up pulling things that are actually conflicting and trying to make it fit you, and it won't work. And so I'm glad that sometimes people have these real conversations about where they are in their spiritual lives. And I don't think that it's necessarily me who can do it, but if you're open and honest and you have real conversations with people, I think it goes a lot farther than just trying to tell people, oh, you got to believe and leave it there.
Yeah, no, for real. And you hit on a lot of great points there. I know one thing that I hear a lot of people ask is, and please don't take any offense, but like, where's the money going? Like see pastor driving a nice car to a church that's in the hood with boarded up houses, homeless people outside, and a lot of people just kind of had this perception that people are giving, but you don't really see the impact a lot of the times, especially in the neighborhoods where some of these churches are located. So, could you speak to that just a little bit?
There's any, and actually my family and I were talking about this weekend. Wow, y'all, like somebody must have been listening into the conversations I was having this week and this weekend anyway. Giving, so where does the money go? That's some of it it's not a hard question to answer. It's just, I don't know that people will necessarily like the answer. Some of it goes to keeping the lights on, right? Like that, my wife and I had to tell my son, who's now 7, nothing in this world is free, including the building where the church is. Whether it's, keeping the lights on, the heat on, like you want heat when it's cold and air when it's hot. If that the instruments cost money, the people who play them do need to be compensated in some way for what they're doing. But then there are other things that people don't necessarily see. So like whether that's adopting a school like my church does, or having clothing drives and back to school drives, and making sure that we have stuff to give to the homeless. Like those are the things that I think people want to see, especially this generation. And so really where it goes, it really depends on the church. I can't answer that like broadly. But you know, I know where it goes for my church, because in my church they're honest about where the money goes. And I'm thankful for that. In just about every church context that I've ever been in, you knew where the money went. I don't know that that's true for everybody. And so I can't speak to those scenarios, but I know in the context that I grew up in, we always knew where it went. In this day, though, I think I've said it to other, when I was in divinity school and other places, I was watching this video about, it was a TED talk, and I'll cut across the grass with this one too. The guy said, no matter what it is, whether you're a for-profit or not-for-profit business, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Yeah. And his example was Apple. He was like, Apple is not a phone company. Apple's a computer company. But people basically went with this computer company that started making phones because they believed in their why, right? So if somebody believes in the church's why, they'll have no problem giving to help someone else out, whether that's through clothing drives, like I said, those type of things, helping homeless people, food drives, those kinds of things. If you have that in business, it's called corporate social responsibility. If you have those kinds of aspects, those meaningful impacts on people's lives outside of the church, whether that's helping people who need help with certain bills and things like that, those are kinds of things I think people are looking for. And I think a lot of churches are doing that. So like, shout out to churches. I'm gonna shout out my own New Friendship Baptist Church, but then I know I have friends and some family members who go to like Alfred Street in Virginia, like Dr. Howard John Wesley, who's doing some amazing things, not just for Northern Virginia and the DMV area, but like his church is giving grants to other churches to help them out. You know, there are churches like my home church that are doing food drives in Prince George's County, like helping people with, you know, coming in to get the food. And then also like a bunch of different churches are doing some great things, but you don't necessarily hear about those kinds of things in the news. It's when the churches do, you know, something that's maybe considered bad, that then it gets in the newspaper, it gets everywhere. But, you know, shout out to the churches who are doing some phenomenal work. Yeah, you ain't lying, because all I be hearing about is sister such and such about to have a baby of Pastor who and who. Oh, like, I mean, like there's so much that's happening that I don't think sometimes people see or like connect the dots. So like the churches that give scholarships to high school graduates, to whether if it's just, you know, if a church can afford $1,000 for those people, those high school students who are going to college to buy their books, that's an impact, because that's $1,000 that like, I don't think we really appreciate the value of money like that. Like I was so grateful for when my church was able to help me buy books, right? Like that went a long way. Now I know now that people don't really buy books, but when I was in college, you had to buy books, and it was not cheap. Like you learn quickly, oh, nothing in this world is free. Nothing, especially college textbooks. Things were thick enough to stop a cathedral door and cost as much as the door itself. So you ain't never lying. Paying $700 for a book that you only use one or two times, like that's oh my gosh. We can sit here and talk to you about this all day long. Trent wants to know about your athletic career though, because he said that he plays lacrosse. He's been playing for like 9 years, so he wants to know, what team do you coach, and what was that like, you being a student athlete? Oh, so I don't coach now. I wish I could. I wish I had the time to coach. So I started back. My parents put my brother and I like just about any sport that we wanted to play. So it was like soccer and basketball. Basketball was one of the first sports that I loved. I was not a great scorer. My job was, I remember that my job was to check the other team's best player. Like if I scored 6 points, that means my team blew you up by like 20 or 30 points. My team was not designed, like my role was not designed to score. But if I did, y'all were gonna lose bad. And so I started as a basketball player. I got to high school, joined the freshman football team. I think like the second or third game, the equipment was gone in my locker. So I was like, oh, well, somebody got my stuff. So I'm done here. Like, I'm not playing football no more. And I was singing on the gospel choir at Archbishop Carroll High School. And one of the guys who was also singing there was like, hey, you should come out to the lacrosse team. And so I did. That was my freshman year. And my coach asked me, he was like, well, what position did you play when you played for the football team? I was like, well, coach, I was listed as a cornerback. I didn't really play. He was like, I tell you what, he put a lacrosse stick in my hand. There was a wall that goes around the track at my high school. And he just stood there and was like, just try throwing this ball against this wall. And so I would throw it against the wall. And after about a week, fell in love with the sport and stopped playing basketball, never went back to football. The dean of students wanted me to play baseball. He actually got me out of detention a couple of times. And he thought I was going to play baseball. And I didn't. I picked up a lacrosse stick and never looked back. And so I played every position but goalie. My favorite position to play was midfield, though, both short and long stick midi. My brother played goalie, and you got to have a screw loose to play goalie. So, but that was the sport that I fell in love with more than all others. Like, I love watching football. I love watching college basketball more than the NBA. But lacrosse is the sport that I absolutely love. I separated my shoulder the last game of my senior year of college. Of high school.
So you didn't get to play in college.
I've rushed through physical therapy. I had a friend who was also the captain of the team when, like, he and I went to go lift one day, and after I rushed through physical therapy, I got up. I was trying to bench press what I used to during the season, and my right shoulder, I got it off the bar and down. And when I went to take it back up, my right arm just kind of fell out, and like, thankfully it didn't land on me. Still went through the tryout and everything. I was what you call a preferred walk-on. But my coach knew. He was like, your shoulder isn't there yet, right? And I was like, it's not. And then I tried to work my way back into it for my sophomore year. But I had that summer between freshman and sophomore year of college was so rough. I had, what do we have in my family? I want to say it was like 3 or 4 deaths in like 6 weeks.
Deaths?
Yeah. A friend of mine from high school died in a car accident. Then another cousin of mine died in a motorcycle accident. And then my first cousin, she was the smartest of us all. She passed away. And then like 2 weeks later, my uncle passed away. And so I spent that summer. But it was one of those things, and I say this in preaching, like, life never asks you, is now a good time for this to be added or for this to happen. And so I went through, like, it was so much. And I spent that summer, what was it, 2004, summer 2004, just crying. All the, like, did not have the energy to get up and work out or anything and train. I couldn't push through it because it was hard. And so I left. I kind of went to my coach. I was like, Coach, listen, I don't have it in me anymore to even want to try to go through with it. And so, thankfully my scholarship wasn't even tied up in academics of mine. I mean, in the athletics, all my scholarship money was tied up in my academics. And so I didn't lose my scholarship or anything. But, it was rough. But I think that looking back on it, it may have even been a distraction for me for not preaching. I will say, though, I forget who you said asked me about it, but lacrosse was the place where I found peace. Like, for as violent as that game is, it is the one place where I was at peace when I got to play. I still have all my lacrosse sticks downstairs in my basement, and my son wants to play. And so my brother and I have been like playing catch with him and everything. And so whenever I have an opportunity, I just try to teach him, but not yell at him and not trying to force him there. But I wouldn't be at all disappointed if he wants to play lacrosse. Not one bit.
Oh my gosh. How were you able to keep yourself mentally and emotionally grounded going through all that? Because you were still technically like a high school kid. So you're right around the age that they are right now.
Yeah, that was so having all of that happen. The only thing I can think of is that it was my family. Like my family we always rally around one another. No matter what's happening, we rally. It hurts for sure. Don't discount the fact that it hurts. I tell people even now, like whatever you feel when things happen like that, feel them. Don't try to deny it because you're trying to not go through it. You got to be able to basically feel. And then I honestly, not to be cliche in any way, but it was my relationship with God that really sustained me through that, because at some point you're going to be alone, right? Like you're not, and people aren't going to always be there around you. And in those moments when you're alone, when you're vulnerable, when you really say exactly, whether you say it internally, whether you say it out loud, like you get in the car, you drive, or you just cry, you yell, you scream, whatever it is that you want to do. I went through all of those, never trying to deny how I was feeling. It's a lot of prayer that went into it. But that really was what sustained me, and knowing that there had to be, like, thinking about my own life and my own future, like, oh, okay, I can't stop here though. Like I gotta keep going. I gotta keep pressing. It doesn't mean that I didn't love my family and my, or any less. It just means that you got to keep pushing. You got to keep going. It doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, right? Like I think people mistake those two things. That they mistake keep going with, oh, it's easy to keep going. There are days now where I wish my cousins were here and my grandmother and my uncle were here and I said it once to my family, like, I wish they could see the man that I am today. Like I so desperately wish that my grandmother could have heard me preach just one time, right? Like my oldest cousin who passed away, if she could have met my wife or my son or like seen what we all have become as, her brother and her cousins. But, at the end of the day, I have to keep living, and I try to honor their lives with that, with every single day, with knowing that, you know what, they would encourage me to keep going. They would encourage me to keep pressing. And so that's what I do.
And Mr. Bryce, that message is right on time, especially with things that are happening in Baltimore. Our murder rate is sky high.
Yeah.
A lot of our heartbeats are impacted, by this violence. So that's something that they're dealing with all the time, between losing parents, friends, other family members. So thank you so much for that. If I could ask you just real quick, like, what would you say to somebody who doesn't have or feel like they have a solid support system? How can they still make their way through difficult situations?
So that's one of the hardest things, is to try to, or this idea, this feeling that I got to make it through life on my own. And I'm a firm believer that, blessings aren't necessarily material, right? They're people who have stuff, but they aren't blessed, right? Like, but when God wants to really bless us, and I believe that God gives us people. And so being able to really cultivate, if you're not sure that you have a good support system, as crazy as it may sound, you can make your own support system. Like people will show you exactly who they are and if they're in your corner or not. The trick is to be able to identify them early. So people who are just genuinely happy for you, those are the people that you want in your corner. People who will be there for you, no questions asked, aren't looking for anything in return. Like those are the kinds of people that I think everyone should have in their lives. How you go about doing that. Some people, like, and I remember I was talking to a young man. This was some years ago, and he was saying, "I just don't want to put myself out there." And I was like, "If you don't, how are you ever going to be able to find your who your tribe is, right? Like if you continue to shut off from everyone and kind of go internally, a la Donald Trump, and just keep pushing everybody away, and everybody else is bad, and oh, I don't want to hear what anybody else has to say.
Yo.
You're gonna end up alone. And so it's this thing, and I trying to share this with people too, where it's like, oh, I'm cutting everybody off. And it was like, okay, well then if you cut everybody off, you can't be mad at them for not being there when you need them. You cut everybody off. So maybe going silent isn't the best thing to do. And then also just being mindful of understanding what you need as a person. You got to be willing to be honest. And some of it takes being vulnerable, right? Like it takes putting yourself out there and being honest about what it is that you need. Do you run the risk of people, messing you over? Sure. But you also run the risk of never knowing, real friendship and having that type of relationship with someone that, nothing, you're not trying to get anything out of me, but you're just there to be in my corner. I saw somebody say, yeah, you do have to cut some people off. You do at some point. You do. Yes, you do. And it's funny. There's another biblical story that comes to mind, and it's the one about Jonah, where Jonah identifies himself as the problem, where the storm comes and he's running from he's running from his calling, what God told him to do. And the people on the boat they start to ask Jonah, like, basically, who are you, where you come from, all this other stuff. And Jonah tells them, I'm the problem. But Jonah doesn't leave. He says, I'm not leaving, but basically y'all got to throw me off the boat. And there's some people that are going to identify themselves as a problem, but they're not going to go willingly. You got to be willing to cut those people off. Some people you do have to cut off, absolutely. But everybody, if everybody, and this is one of those hard truths that I think sometimes people don't like to admit, if everybody in your life has been cut off, the common denominator isn't them. The common denominator is you.
Come on, Mr. Bryce.
So, like, that everybody ain't wrong.
Come on.
Sometimes your friends are going to have to be the ones to tell you, no, you were wrong on that one. My friends, I didn't really, I'm an outgoing person. And so I always used to equate the numbers of people with the quality. And that's not necessarily the case. I'll take quality over quantity any day.
Oh my God. Come on, Mr. Bryce.
Right? Like, and I use the McDonald's analogy. You can eat a bunch of McDonald's. It doesn't mean that it's good for you. Eating a bunch of McDonald's isn't the same as having a healthy meal. And for some, like, you got a bunch of McDonald's friends and you need to get you some healthier ones. You need to get you some ones that are like a salad. You may not like it, but that salad's going to do a whole lot more for you than them chicken nuggets are. They're not even really chicken nuggets as far as I'm concerned. So sometimes it's us. Sometimes it, like when people say it ain't you, it's me. Like, no, sometimes it really is you. Sometimes it is. And you got to be honest. You got to be able and willing to accept the criticism from true friends are going to criticize you, not to hurt you, but to tell you, now my deal with my friends are, if my slip is showing, y'all got to tell me I'm wrong. One of my best friends in the world will say, look, my fighting days are over. But he was like, look, if we had to go and fight, he was like, and you were wrong. He was like, we gonna fight. He was like, but when we get in the car, I'm gonna tell you about it. He was like, we gonna talk about the rest of it in the car. And so those are the types of friends that will always, like, my friends don't even let me slip up. And not all of my closest friends are preachers, right? But they're the ones who hold me accountable to, like, nope, you're better than this. Don't do that. No, we're not letting you do that. Nope. Those are the real ones. Those are the real ones.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce.
Will hold you accountable even in those moments where you're kind of like, oh, no, I'm good. And they're like, no, absolutely not.
This is amazing. And we never have enough time. If you could, just 10 seconds, if you had to leave us with one jewel, 10 seconds, what would it be?
You are indebted to your own happiness.
Let's go.
Like, just.
Thank you so much.
That's the one. That was a piece of advice that somebody who was not in the church told me, and that was when I was cut across the grass on this one too, just to kind of make that
we literally got like 15 seconds. I wish
to
we
make
had
this
more
live
time.
a little bit. I was struggling with I was like, I really like this girl, and I'm talking about my wife, and he was like, this guy was like, if you like her, why are you trying to apologize for somebody that makes you happy? If that makes you happy, you're indebted to be happy. Stop sacrificing your happiness for everybody else's, because they're not necessarily going to do it for you. Last one, don't expect you from everybody else. That's one of my other favorite ones. Don't expect you from everybody else. There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Hey, you got an Instagram you can drop in the chat on
I
YouTube?
do. I'll drop that one right now. Actually,
drop that in the chat. Thank you so much for your time today. You have been a blessing.
Thank you all so much. I would like, if you ever have me back, I would love to be back. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, Mr. Bryce.
You too. Take care, everybody.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Y'all,
peace.
Amazing, right? Didn't I tell y'all? Hey, listen, should have known. He came from them Joneses. It's good. Look, y'all, take your break. I see y'all back at noon with Miss Money Mo. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We are back. What's up, Taylor? Hey, Journal J. What's up, Breezy? Hey y'all, let's get our favorite on here, y'all. Baby Barack, I never late, yo. Never, never, never. Remember what you listening to right now? I said 15 seconds ago. I'm never late. Miss Money Mo.
Hey.
What's up?
You doing?
Oh, tell these folks I ain't never late for yo. When have you ever seen me late?
Miss Joni is never late for anything. I've never seen her be late. I don't think. No, I'm just kidding. She's never late. She's the most punctual person that I've ever seen in my life. Honestly, she be early. She be early a lot of times.
Tell them again, y'all, that you ever seen in your life.
She be early. She be real. I'll be like, listen, let me tell you something. I'm still 20 minutes away. What are you doing?
Yo, Sticker going trying to say I'll be late for Thriving Thursday. Building, I just don't be upstairs, but I'll be in the building having whatever meeting or whatever I'm having. Like,
yes.
yo. I don't know, y'all. This must be drag Miss Joni Day. But it's like, if that's going to be a heavy drag, yo, because I ain't never late.
First of all, hold on. Cam trying to come for me.
What can I say? Oh, Miss Mo. Oh. But look, this how you know Stinker don't know what she talk about. She said, I'll be late coming in with the food. I don't even get the food.
That is true. And I can speak firsthand for that.
And speaking of food, I can't wait to get back in person. Anybody who never been to a HeartSmiles event, we do home cooked meals only, y'all. Yeah. We have caterers that are just amazing. Oh, she gonna say my own food. I be hungry the whole day. What is she? Stinker don't know my life. And she's supposed to be my niece.
Okay, so I will say sometimes Miss Joni does go the whole day without eating anything. And so it's time for her to eat by that point. But a lot of times she won't even touch that food. If y'all pay attention, sometimes she won't even touch that food the whole time. Sometimes.
Yeah, so. I can't, y'all. I can't. What we doing today, Miss Money Mo? Because, they say, but that pizza. Hey, yo. I'm over it, y'all.
It doesn't even happen often, so I don't even know what they're talking about, but okay.
They crazy, yo. I can't wait to get back in person, though, y'all. We trying to do something, even if it's just on a small scale. We might not be able to announce it, but we might be able to have maybe 1 or 2 sessions with like 10 to 15 people, something like that. We gonna see.
Yeah, I don't know who I was talking to yesterday, but I was like getting sad. I was like, oh. Like, I really miss it. I really miss seeing y'all, like being able to hug y'all, honestly. That's one of the things that I miss.
I know. We're going to make something happen, though.
Yeah.
Should I open this door, y'all, or no?
I don't know. You can open it for one of them. The other one, I'm not too sure about. But
for one of them? Oh, all right. Let me see. Let me pick the one I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Good choice.
Yo,
what pizza are they talking about?
They talking about the pizza, y'all. When I was driving and it got leaned on the side.
It was.
Hey, Amari.
Hey, Amari.
Did I say that right?
We can't hear you. You gotta get off of mute.
You hear me now?
Yes. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Am I saying it right? Is it Amari?
Yes, it's right. It's right.
Cool. Yes. Good to see you. Thank you for being on. New Heartbeat.
Wait, hold on. Is the other one in there?
Yeah, you said only let one
I
in.
know. I was playing. No, you playing. I was playing. I'm sorry. Oh Lord. All the way out.
Listen, she said only let one in. So Coach Johnson, blame your mother, yo. Blame your mother. I love that shirt though.
Oh. It's okay. I was just playing, Shalor.
She left you out.
I was just playing.
We're not even gonna talk about today. We're just gonna get to this session. We're gonna have a good day. We're not gonna be ghetto. Have a good day. You got guests today, guys. You have guests.
Look, y'all, he a college student now. He real proper. I love it.
Real chill. He gonna yell at me after this, y'all. He like, why would you get up there and tell them not to let me in?
I'm glad you know that late night call is coming tonight. Just let you know it's gonna come. It's gonna let you know that it's coming.
Somebody make sure they drag my man though, Jaheim though, Black Boss. He gonna try to show up real quick and I don't text nobody back to back, y'all. Like I text him back to back, like, where are you? So y'all make sure y'all drag him.
Hey, Jaheim. How you doing?
Got something for them ribs. I got something for them ribs.
Okay. Anyway, she just playing.
I ain't playing.
I'm telling YouTube that you're playing. I know you're not playing. I'm telling YouTube that you're playing. Anyway, okay. Amari, tell us who you are. Tell us how you became connected, and then we'll move into our question and we'll get started.
Okay. My name's Amari. I go to Western High School, and I am 11th grade. I recently went to one HeartSmiles session back in December, November, and it was such a big group of people, and I'm not used to big groups, so I just was like, I don't know if I'm coming back, so I just never went back, and I got an opportunity to be in HeartSmiles when one of my caseworkers was like, oh, you want to be in HeartSmiles? So I was like, sure, it's on live, it's virtual. Maybe I'll feel comfortable. So when we get off of quarantine, I come back and we know each other already. We can hug and do all that. So that's what I did. And I actually love it. I got to talk to Miss Joni. She's very sweet. Everybody's just so sweet and loving. I love that. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, Amari, and thank you for organizing this session today. This is all Amari, which I'm about to see. So
yeah.
All right. So opening question for today. What is your
Can I introduce myself? They don't know me.
No, you can't. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, you can. You've been on here already. Why you gotta make everything seem like I'm doing it wrong? It's going like this, but okay. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'm all right. It's you today. Go ahead. Let you go.
No. It's your turn to introduce yourself. Go ahead and do what you gotta do.
My name is Coach Johnson. Again, I was related to Miss Morgan, but what happened was I signed up for foster care adoption because she's not doing me right. As you can see, she's not doing me right. She just not. It's not a good conversation. So maybe I gotta go for adoption this week. I don't know. Hopefully Miss Joni will adopt me.
You don't need to be adopted. You good.
Then leave. Bye. Bye. All right. Opening question for today. Never mind. Opening question for today. What was your first memory of speaking in front of a group?
Oof. I guess I would have to say at my I would say it's at the UA house. I had to speak. I had to give a tour around the UA house, and I was so terrified at first, but then I got so used to everything. I guess because I'm a dove, so they teach us about those things like public speaking. So it was like first I was nervous, and then I got into it, and I was happy. Like it's somewhere UA living classrooms is like home. I was always used to it, so it was just home. I felt happy doing it after I was nervous for a minute.
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, Shalal, would you like to share with us?
Okay. My first time speaking in front of people, like a large group, it will probably be, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one I can remember is when I was talking in front of the Surgeon General and the crowd we had, the Surgeon General at Johns Hopkins. was pretty like scary because there was somebody high in power there as well, and there was like high in people there too. So I was just like, hmm. But as like over the events came and more people came, I learned how to do it, and it's kind of easy now. I have fun doing it actually. So
All right, thank you, Miss Joni.
Yes, I remember like it was yesterday. I was a manager at Comcast, and we had to roll out this new policy. And we had maybe about 60 or 70 supervisors, and we had to do presentations for these supervisors about this new policy. And that was my first time like really having to do like a professional presentation. And yeah, it was crazy.
Thank you, Miss Joni. Okay, see, I kind of took this because I was thinking about the first time ever that I had to speak in front of a group, and it was actually when I was like younger and I was in church. And they would give out parts and like solos and stuff to people. And back in those particular times, I would just bust out into tears every time. So every time they like gave me a part and it was my turn, literally people already knew it was coming. Like I would bust out into tears. As far as like, I guess professionally, I don't know my first. I feel like it might have been at APHA last year. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was at APHA last year. As far as like on a national kind of scale, yeah, I had to do a presentation about a project that I was working on. So, yep. Son, you have something that you want to say? Okay. All right. Amari. I'm gonna ask you in a second to just explain kind of what we are gonna do today, but I'm gonna read a couple of the comments. So John said my farewell speech for 5th grade. Taylor said presentation at school for a project. Kamaya said my kindergarten graduation ceremony. Zion said that she's just nervous when she's around a lot of people. I get that, Zion. Thinker said I was modeling when I was little at 6. Let me see. Mr. Brandon said public speaking is one of the most powerful marketable skills you can hone over the years. We have some excellent public speakers on this team. I agree, Mr. Brandon. And so, yeah. So, Trent, the question was, what's your first memory of when you had to speak in front of a group? So that's the question. All right, y'all can keep answering that, and then I'm gonna give it to Amari. What are we talking about today?
Okay, so today we're talking about how to like deal with like your family members not being supportive of you, and how to deal with that. So my first question for today is, when was the time you felt like you had no one to support you, and how did it make you feel, including family? And y'all could go first and then I'll go last.
anybody want to go first?
I mean, mine easy. I'll go first if y'all really scared.
I ain't scared. It's just, I just want to let everybody else get that stuff in, So go ahead, Miss Joni.
Go ahead, Coach Johnson.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So basically I would say, I gotta put this in the most professional way as possible. Okay, so I wouldn't say I wasn't supported, but I wasn't supported as the way I wanted to be supported. And I would say that because of my dad, he was incarcerated for 5.5 years. And then when I kind of told him I was starting a business, it was kind of just over the phone. So I really couldn't see the excitement. I really couldn't like have that male to male talk about, business or just lifestyle in general. Cause I was growing up into a young man at that age as well. So I would say my dad But then when he came home, he was like one of my biggest support systems. You know, we always talk in the morning between the hours of 6 in the morning to like 9 a.m. We just have like long FaceTime talks. You know, it can be about business, it can be about marriage, it can be about life skills. Like he teach me a lot. So I would say my dad was kind of like the person that really did support me at the most because he was incarcerated. But then when he came home, he kind of turned it over and showed me different. So yeah.
At first, you saying that he wasn't supportive, and then he turned a new leaf. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Do y'all want to go, or y'all just want me to take the mic?
Yo, you tell us. Mine easy. You tell us what to do.
I mean, I guess I'll go. So basically, my mother and father has never supported me. My mother, at the age of 9, basically gave me to my cousin, gave her all her rights to me, to her. I don't know who my father is. I'm looking for him right now at the process. My family is so judgmental to the fact that I can't even tell them my goals. My cousin looked at me crazy when I told her I wasn't going to college. She looked at me crazy when I told her I didn't want to go into the military. I had to learn to not speak a lot to them. And it's crazy because it's your own family. Your family should be there for you, to support you and uplift you. And they knew that I didn't have my mother or father, and they consistently brought extra stress. And right now, my cousin is not being the supportive mother that I thought she was. I realized that just because family is blood doesn't mean they're family at all. It could be a person on the street that can be more supportive than someone that is blood, no matter your mother, your father, whoever it is. And this is why it's an important topic to me. And I felt like my mother never supported me. She never called. She never picked up the phone. I was always the one calling. And it has built me to be stronger. I've learned friends come and go, in and out constantly, family members talking about a 17-year-old living with your parents at 54. How do you do that? How do you talk about a child that is going out here and having 2 jobs and ready to be an entrepreneur, and you don't want to support, but you want to fuss about my mother? You're acting the same way. So yeah, that's a little bit about how I feel about the support system. But luckily I have, living classrooms and HeartSmiles. And like I said, I'm glad to be on this journey with you guys.
You a blessing, baby. We are so happy to have you, and thank you for your strength and your courage, and speaking out about this. And baby Barack is screaming through the comments like, we love you, we love you. He's like, tell her we love her. Everybody is supporting you.
Thank you.
I can't even say my little stuff now.
No, it's okay.
But no, mine's is real easy. And it was just when I decided to quit my job. And not that my family didn't support me because they didn't love me, but it was that they couldn't see my vision. First of all, my vision was my own vision. And then second of all, they watched me work myself up to a place where technically my education status would have never got me. So it's like the things that I had, somebody who came from where I came from probably would have never been able to achieve those type of things. So for me to want to give that up to help people that I didn't even know, to them, they just couldn't wrap their mind around it. And it was like, everybody tried to talk me out of it, but I know they tried to talk me out of it because they love me and they didn't want to see me fail. And they knew how hard I worked for all of the things that I had achieved. But at that time, it was just like, all right, I just got to either do it or not do it. And I decided to do it for me. And they eventually came around once they saw that I wasn't playing and that I was going to do it with or without.
That's what it had. That's what somebody told me. They start to come around when they see you succeed, and they start to come around when they see you doing what you're doing. And I know my mother's going to do that.
I should have went first. I feel like I'm low key going through that right now. Not that, again, what Ms. Joni was saying, not that my family doesn't love me, and my family is just like in a general sense. It's not my whole family by any means. It's mainly my parents don't understand all the way why I give myself to my work the way that I do. And so it's just been a transition. Like my life a year and a half ago looked completely different than it does right now. Right now, I have long hours, I'm on the phone more, I'm doing more things, I'm doing these sessions, I'm doing just a lot of things because I love HeartSmiles with everything in me. I love it. So I love HeartSmiles, I love Heartbeats, I just love everything that it is. So I'm giving myself a lot to it, and I feel like my family doesn't completely understand that. So it's not always supportive vibes coming from it. It's always like, well, why are you spending so much time, or why are you doing this? Why are you out, so late, whatever. And I'm like, I literally can't control what happens. And if things do happen, I just have to make sure I'm available and ready for it. And that's just my life. That's the life that I'm choosing to live. And that's all I can tell you. I can show you kind of what's happening, and I can introduce you, and I could tell you, how programming is going, but that's all I can do. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna do it anyway. So somebody should I think you should just support it at this point.
Right.
Ms. Joni, Cam had a good comment, and I kind of was actually the same exact comment too. Do you ever wish you could go back to your Comcast job?
Not after meeting y'all. If y'all was some pricks, yeah, I probably would have dropped y'all and left. But like that was the only thing that kept me, the actual young people who I got to meet. The process, hated the process. All of the political crap had to go through, hated that. The bureaucracy and the BS that comes along with just like nonprofit and all that stuff. I would have left all of that in a heartbeat if y'all weren't who y'all was, because I got in it and saw that like, yo, they really do care about themselves. They just need a little bit of help. Like sometimes people just need an opportunity. But if I would have had a whole bunch of the heartaches, I'd have been gone. I'd have been outie.
Mhm.
I'd have been gone. I'd have been out of you.
Wouldn't have thought twice about it.
Well, we're glad you're here. So let's not get no more headaches, So try to keep you long time.
Yeah.
It's the majority that saved me, because y'all know we got heartaches. If they were the majority, it would have been no way. Because I'd have been all like, yo, I'm fighting for people who don't even want to fight for themselves. I'm never doing
that. Yeah. Okay.
So
oh, go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I said, so now we're going to talk about who did uplift you and why was it important to you. So if y'all want to go first, you want me to go first, it don't matter.
Amari, say one more time.
I said that who did uplift you and why was it important? And I said that if y'all want me to go first, that's fine. If y'all want to go first, that's fine.
I go first again.
Okay.
Like I said, for like as far as like biological family, it was my dad. I would say it's my dad. A lot of people probably look at me like I'm crazy, but it was my dad. He was like the most supportive person I had, and still have to this day, as far as the business world too. Like, that's not to get messed up. My mom and my aunts, they still support me, but my dad is someone that's calling me, asking me, he a rapper too, so he'll go when he get interviews. He'll send me the link. I watch it. Like I sent him to the success link. He's watching it. So certain things like we just do, about as far as the business aspect and as far as his life together as one. But I would say like outside of my family, it would have to be Miss Mo and it would be Miss Joni, because when I first kind of met Miss Mo, I think it was on a New York trip, and I didn't know who this lady was. I was getting this lady car. She's picking me up, and we was going to John Hopkins. I didn't know who this lady was, but like instantly, at like after a week of straight tea. No, I'm lying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We met at the MPT studios, and I fixed her radio. That's what we met at. But like I said, after that first time I met Miss Mo, it was just kind of like we just had this bond ever since then, and she's kind of helped me throughout anything. I can call her. You know, I might have to schedule an appointment, but it's still I can call her. You know, Miss Joni. I always can text her, and you know, she'll give me a cuss out, leave a text message. She'll give me a praise or a text message or anything. So I would say Miss Joni and Miss Mo, as far as like not family, like not biological family at least.
I'll go. I would have to say my cousin that I live with now. She understands most of the part. I don't know if she really understands what it feels like not to have both parents, but she's there as a support system. Like, you can do it. Like, she sent me quotes, which is, makes me feel better than what, I used to feel like when I was with my other cousin. There's something I should really won't want to say, but my cousin kicked me out a few months ago. 5 months ago, she kicked me out of my own house over a stupid situation. And she is not the supportive type. My cousin has a cake business. She's like an entrepreneur too. And my cousin, prime example, my cousin, which is her mother, she said one day, "Oh, your cakes don't taste that good. Why are you starting a cake business?" And now she makes cakes and she gets a lot of orders, and she calls up her daughter like, "Oh, I want you to bake me a cake." But you was the same person that said she shouldn't do it because it didn't taste good. I never tasted your cakes. So my cousin understands what I need. I need that mother figure, even though she can't be there because she has 2 kids of her own, but she try to include me as much as she can, you know, but my independence has always been there since I was at a young age. So it's like sometimes I feel like I don't need nobody, or I feel like when I call somebody, it's a hassle, or I feel like I'm bothering somebody. Because like I said, I always had the independence. I didn't have a mother or father, but my cousin is the one, and I'm hoping like Miss Mo yesterday, you just gave some great advice. Like something was going over me yesterday, and I called her. And I was like, I don't know how to feel because I've never done this before. I never had somebody, to be there. And that was the first person I thought of. And she was just so caring and so kind. Of was like, it was meant for me to meet Miss Mo, and Miss Joni, Miss Joni and Miss Mo. And like I said, I don't want to get the crying to get very emotional, but you don't understand how much of a roller coaster it's been for me. You just don't understand. You probably will understand eventually, but I really thank you guys, honestly. Who wants to go
Yo,
next?
yo, Miss Jody and Miss Mo, they be moving miracles. They don't even know it, yo. I'm telling you, yo, y'all just don't understand. Like, yo, if you in the comments, you in the chat, yo, drop some stars, yo. Miss Joni and Miss Mo has really moved you and moved miracles, because I can tell you over phone calls, pickup sessions, just everything. Like Miss Joni, Miss Mo, they pulled through. The other heartbeat mentors, they pulled through as well. Like, I can't get Miss Mo, you go with Dr. Mo. But I really just got a real good connection with Miss Mo and like Miss Joni, because like they did some things for me that my parents probably would never done. I had conversations with them, real deep conversations with them, long night conversation with them, and it's very, very powerful to see somebody that actually care about you. That's not even body, that they're not even blood.
And it's a shame that you have to go out and find that. It's find that because your family is supposed to be there to support you, and that's why I'm so big on when I move to California. My children is going to have a support system. I'm going to be there because my mother wasn't, or my father wasn't, and I can't blame my father because I don't even think he knows who I am. So that's a whole nother topic to get on.
See, we gonna stop.
Another topic. So another topic.
Miss Mo and Miss Joni, y'all that.
My icebox. Thank y'all so much, man. Like, y'all don't know. Y'all think that we blessing y'all, like y'all really blessing us. Like, for real. And I'm just so humble and so blessed and also so amazed too to see the work that God is doing through everybody when it comes to just HeartSmiles and the family and the culture that we created. Because it's not us as people, it's the culture that we have. And you guys create that culture, even down to the small things of every time somebody new walking to Thriving Thursdays, somebody goes and greets that person and talks to that person and basically helps them. So like it's y'all that make it happen. So thank y'all so much. My person though is definitely my mother. Like even though she was trying to talk me out of quitting my job, like she really tried to talk me out of it. But she was the one who was there, especially during like some of the hard times, because HeartSmiles wasn't always making no money. And she made sure that I was good. And I owe a lot to my moms in terms of just making sure that a person like me who don't like to ask for nothing, like for her just knowing how to care for me and how to support me in the background while I was scrambling trying to make this happen.
uh, um, okay, I'm gonna just thank y'all for y'all kind words because that's all I can really say without not being able to go on. And then I'm gonna answer the question. So the question is, and then I love y'all as well. A person that's always just been supportive of me and that I'm grateful for literally since birth is my cousin, god sister, who best friend, all the titles. We literally grown up like we're 7 months apart, something like that, 6 or 7 months apart. So we've grown up together. We live within 5 minutes of one another. We will most likely live together at one point. But that's always been a supportive person for me. Whatever the situation is, she literally knows kind of what's going on at any given time. And even if I'm not telling her, she just kind of knows what to do in that particular situation. So that's one that's been like, again, since we've been alive. But I have a number of supportive people in my life that I'm forever grateful for. And even Shalom, even when he be shading the mess out of me, even like, he can tell at this point, I think, when I'm going through a rough time, especially with my car. Especially with my car. I remember I think it was one morning, he just sent me a message. He was like, Miss Mo, you're going to get a car. I promise you, everything is going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Have a great day. Da, da, da. And I told him, I said, you really made my day, because I was frustrated that morning, saying all kind of words that were not of God. And I was just so mad. But he really assisted in turning my mood around. So I'm grateful for that.
That was good. So I do want to give y'all like a few tips how to deal with family members not supporting you in your dreams. Because I've had my cousin whispering in my ear, called me ignorant, stupid, and so I was just gonna be just like my mother because I didn't want to follow in her footsteps. I'm gonna just say this right now: no matter what your parents say, or what your parents feel, or what anybody feels, especially like family members and parents, they want you to do what they want you to do because they try to control, especially when you want to go for your own dreams. And I would say go for your own dreams. Even if you don't know the exact plan or what steps to take, just do it. Whatever fear, just do it. Because my whole thing was I didn't think a girl like me could be an entrepreneur or could sell those waist trainers. But I told myself my brand on ice is going to be something. It ain't going to be like the rest of these brands out here. It ain't going to be like the rest of these other small boutiques, because it's going to flourish. And it's going to flourish because not only just because somebody's saying, oh, Mark, it's going to happen. It's because I believe in myself. That's another thing. You have to believe in yourself first before anybody else comes along, because if you don't believe in yourself, what are you doing it for? And with the family whispering in your ear, I brush it off. I don't even think about it because I was told a long time ago when I was at living classrooms that I'm special. Ain't no way in the world that you went through all this stuff with your mother and father, with your family members almost raped, abused, sexually assaulted twice. There is no way in the world. Whatever's going to be on that other side for you is going to be there regardless. Nobody can touch your blessing at all. And I mean that. All this stuff that's hitting me right now, like I was talking to Miss Mo, my cousin's going to call the police and do this and that. Just this yesterday, time she's going to call the police, all this other stuff. Yesterday, I talked to Miss Mo about this. Over because she's crazy. Something's wrong with her. And I had to realize that as well. And I had to learn to love people from a distance. They may be your family members, but you have to learn to love people from a distance because you need your peace, you need your sanity. You cannot have them negative energy in your circle, especially when you're winning. And when I got over here at my cousin's house, my anxiety level went down. I mean, it went from high to low real quick because I don't need that. I'm ready to start 2 businesses. I want to move to California next year. In LA, I don't need you whispering in my ear telling me, oh, you can't do this. You're stupid. You're just going to be just like your mother. And then I have my family members fussing and carrying on, talking about, oh, she going to be a millionaire. And I want to know she going to be a millionaire. And then laugh in my face about it. I'm like, y'all want to watch and see. And let me tell you something else. When you make it in life, they're going to come like this. Where's mine? Where's my money? Where's mine? And that's why I'm not keen on bringing a lot of friends because I feel as though I would rather be at top by myself than rather with a bunch of people in my circle. That's another thing. Please don't bring people into your circle that is not going to help uplift you because all they're going to do is bring you down and bring you sorrow and bring you misery. And you do not need that in your life at all, especially if you out here winning. And people don't want to see you win. There's a lot of envy and people don't want to see you win. So please just take my advice. I've been through it. I'm going through it right now with my family. My cousin, she's still talking in my ear, but I brush it off because I was told a long time ago. The only person, like I said, I guess another person that cared about me. My grandmother cared about me as well. She was another person that cared about me, but she didn't get to see me grow up. So she was another person and told me I was special. So when, it takes that one person to talk to you and sit down. And it seems so if you had a talk with Miss Mo, Miss Joni, you have someone that believes in you. So go do what you need to do to make that bread, make that money, get that bag, buy that new car, buy that new house, do whatever you need to do because you're living for you. I don't care what nobody say. Parents say you're young, you're too young for this. No, go out there and do it. They couldn't live the life you live. We live in a different world today. It's 2020. My cousin don't understand technology. She don't understand nothing about marketing, but she wants to shoot me down about my entrepreneur. I said, you can't tell me nothing. You living at home with your mother at 54 years old. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. She can't tell me nothing. She can't. You can't tell me I'm out here living. I'm out here living, and you can't tell me nothing. How you gonna sit him talk about a 17-year-old child that's getting it, doing more than what you ever did? But we're gonna keep that for another note. I just want to let y'all know that's just how I feel. Y'all can speak on it if y'all want to, and let y'all talk about it as well. I'm gonna mute myself.
See, I believe, Miss Joni in the morning, she be giving out these jewels, right? And this morning, her jewel was, when they disturbing your peace, it's time to say peace. And what you just did, yo, for real, I can't even really talk on this because these comments over here, they going off. Yo, you preaching. There's nothing we can really say. You preaching.
Please drop her at Coach Johnson.
Yo, yeah, we gotta drop the Instagram. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the Instagram because they need it because you preaching. You preaching.
Somebody told me I should be. I remember I was in session. Somebody told me I need to be like a life coach or something. I think it's Dion. I don't know if he's in a session or not, but he told me, he's like, you just good. You give advice. You always a go. And my job, well, the person that I used to work with at Living Classes, Mr. Andrew, he was like, you gonna look back and laugh. I was crying in the office about my mother. He said, you gonna look back this moment 5 years from now and laugh. Because what are you crying for? He told me, what are you crying for? You know you want to be successful. You know you got the business and you know you got the entrepreneurship. He brought the light to me. And ever since he brought that, like that took one person believing me. I ran with. I said, I'm gonna be an entrepreneur. I'm not going to be a doctor, because the reason why I was being a doctor, I was doing it for her. I wasn't doing it for myself. You can't just do something for other people. You got to do it for yourself before you do it for anybody else. So yeah, I really want to. I want to be an entrepreneur. That's what I always wanted to be, and he brought that light to me.
Miss Money Mo, why you ain't tell us this session was about to be this fire?
Why would I tell you? And I would just let you see it. I just wanted y'all to see it. It's interesting. People in the comments too, before you even mentioned the life coach thing, they say you should be a life coach before you even mentioned that. So I feel like, that might be a thing that you might have to pursue just so you can inspire others, because the way that you're talking about your story, as devastating as your story is and can be just to your future, the way that you're talking about it, you're using it as a way of power and to empower yourself and to empower others as well. So it's admirable. And I feel like either you have a gift, you have multiple gifts, but that in particular is a gift.
Can I say one thing on that too, Ms. Mo? Because Amari, people will use that as a crutch, as a reason, as an excuse to not be successful. Oh, my family did this. Oh, my mother did that. Oh, I've been through this. I've been through that. Seeking attention just so people can feel sorry for them. And when you ask them, well, why haven't you gotten a job? Or why haven't you moved yourself out of your mama's basement? They line up all those things. But for you to literally use those situation and those people as your footstool to move up, to level up in life, baby, I can't wait to visit you next year in California. We're going to go skydiving together, because California was the first place when I skydived. That was the first place where I actually skydived. So I'm going to go back there. When you move back there, in honorary of you making it, we're going to skydive together next year, 2021. Mark your calendars.
Listen, and that's another thing. My grind don't ever stop. It don't ever stop. I am not the person to sit home and just sit on the couch like a couch potato, because then they go look at me, oh, she not doing nothing. Oh, I got to her. That's what family members say. Oh, I got to you. I broke you. No, you ain't break me. You can't break this one. You can't break this one. All that stuff I've been through, and I tell people, you cannot, and I don't like when people tell me about, oh, tell me how to feel, about how I should feel about my situation. Like, you can't even walk 2 steps in my shoes. So you should never tell me how I should feel about anything, because you can't even walk through what I've been through. And like you said, I'm taking this negative energy and I'm putting it into something positive, because not only I'm doing it for myself, I'm doing it for my future kids, because they need to see their mother is not going to, I'm not going to be like my mother. I'm not going to be one that's having sex in and out the house with different men. That is not going to be me. My child going to know who I am. They're going to know. They're going to know who I am, because I can't just do it for myself. I got to do it for my future kids, because that's what I want to do. But I do have
she not gonna be a broke bum, straight like that.
Period.
No broke bums.
No broke bum. Period. No broke bum. No. So I just wanted to say, like I said, it only takes one person to really believe in yourself, and I don't think we're gonna have time to touch on that. But I did want to ask you, what would you tell someone who didn't support you? Like, what would you say to them?
Real quick, because I gotta go. Because listen, I just want to say before I answer the question, I really applaud you. Because you came on here and like y'all, like let me tell y'all, like yo, Amari, like when I say she's passionate, she's passionate. She will beat down your phone. She will call y'all. I had a phone call with this girl one time, and she was just talking. I'm just sitting there like, yo, she is really ready to be something. Like she can really, really be something. So I just really want to applaud you for how you coming up here, and you told us in the beginning that you was scared. You ain't scared, honey. You ain't scared. Like you ain't scared. You out here preaching and saying more words than any everybody else was saying. But how I'll answer that question for somebody, what can I say to them if you didn't support me? That's a good one. I would say you weren't going to sleep on me, so I'm gonna tuck you in.
Okay, coach. For my people, I would say it's two buckets of people. Out of the people who didn't support me, it's the people who I still love and care about, who would still be in my life, even though they didn't support me, and the people who wouldn't be in my life. The people who are still in my life, I would just say, thank you for making me stronger. And the people who aren't in my life, they can't afford my time, so I wouldn't be saying nothing to them.
Oh, yeah. All right. My initial thing was just I'm a little spicy sometimes. Just get out of my face. Like I really just at this point in my time, like in this point in my life, I really don't have time for that. I literally do not have time for that. So please just the negativity and all the non-supportive stuff, I'm gonna do it anyway. So you're gonna have to figure it out. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem. So figure it out.
I'm more of like, if I don't like someone or I don't like see them support me, I'll just block them and then move on my life. You gonna see me on whatever. When you see me, you see me shining, you see me doing what I'm doing. Hey, it's whatever. I cut. And they don't even know why I cut. They don't know why I cut. I just cut. Yeah, that's what I do. Because they need to see it.
So I'm gonna go ahead and get my jewels. So I gotta go outside because I gotta go to the doctor's. But my jewel today is Amani Rogers. That's my jewel. It's gonna be her right there because she's a prime example. I can't even give you a jewel because if I'm gonna give you a jewel, follow her. That's going to be my jewel. Follow her. But thank y'all for having me in this session. I really appreciate y'all. Amari, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, and we gonna connect because you're powerful. So we'll see y'all.
See you.
All right, Amari, I'm gonna let you end us off with Jules. Mine is like, do what you want to do, like regardless of who's there standing with you. Like, do what you want to do. So yeah.
Okay. My jewels or jewel. I think I gave y'all a lot of jewels, but my main jewel is to follow in the footsteps that you want to follow in when no one's looking. When the best opportunities come when no one's looking, keep pushing forward because like I said, whatever's going to be on that other side is going to be on that other side regardless. Nobody can touch your blessing. It's already there. It's already planted. Nobody can't touch nothing. If you want to go be an entrepreneur, go be an entrepreneur. If you want to be a doctor, go be a doctor. Stop letting those people in your ear get to you because they're not you. They didn't make you. God only made one you. He didn't make another. He didn't make two Amaris. They didn't make two Miss Jonies. They didn't make two Miss Morgans. They made only one. And I just want y'all to just go with that. And that's my joke.
Yes, y'all. I love it, y'all. Thank you so much, Amari. This was such a powerful, powerful conversation. Like, you just a blessing, baby. And thank you so much. And we got to figure out what we need to do a little differently because if you're saying you came to a Thriving Thursday and you ain't never want to come back, like that's a problem. Don't think that slipped past me.
Look, too many people. Like it was just so many people, and I was coming from 10 people to like 30, and I'm like, I gotta warm up. I gotta warm up. This bunch of new faces on here. I'm like, okay, y'all cool. I'm checking.
Yeah, but we would have missed you. So if we never had a virtual program, you'd have never came back.
I know, but God made a way. See, God made a way. God made a way. It was made for me. It was made for me.
Yeah, he made a way, but God gotta talk about that. Because we'd have missed out on all this greatness, y'all. I'm just glad, y'all. Thank you, Rona. Thank you, God.
Listen, I probably would have came anyways because I know Marcus. I'm familiar with Marcus, so I probably would have came back sometime. I have connections, so I probably would have came back sometime, but I really wanted to give them something to go off the people in the chat because I feel as though they can relate to me, and relate to how, it may not be the same situation, but if I can get one person to just go and follow their dreams, I made it. I made my day. I did what I did. I made somebody, and it seems like I'm looking in the comments. Everybody's happy. Everybody.
You did that, y'all.
I did that. I hope
Goal
I got some writers.
accomplished.
Yes, goal is accomplished.
Goal
good.
accomplished. Thank
All
you so much. Thank you, Miss Money Mo. Tomorrow, y'all.
Tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
See you, Amari. See you, Miss Money Mo.
Bye-bye.
Yo, another powerful session, y'all. Hey, y'all gotta make sure y'all follow Amari, y'all. Show her some love. Put all the hearts in her inbox. Do all that, y'all. She did an amazing job. I hope somebody having fun at work, y'all. I hope somebody is going to tell somebody, yo, I got the best youth work summer job ever. I hope somebody is posting, yo, how much fun they having at work. But look, take your break, y'all. Take your break. After you take your break, take your lunch. And you come back from lunch, we got the last session of the day, y'all. We got the last session of the day. I see y'all back here at 2:00 for our last session. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We are back. Hey, I hope somebody had a good lunch, y'all. Man, I hope somebody had a good break. Yo, y'all ready, y'all? We on our last session of today, y'all. I'm having a great day at work. I don't know about y'all. What's up, Dante? Hey, Team Lizzie, I see you. Hey, Wiz. Hey, Tony. What's up, Victory? Hey, Paige. Hey, Khalid. Hey, Queen. What's up, Trackstar? Hey, Maya. Hey, DGO. Hey, Kenzie. Yo, hey Dion, what's up, Kamaya, Christian, Lene, Real Spill, what's up, y'all? Yo, time be going by super fast. Hey Trent, listen, before we get this last session started, real quick PSA. We are on our fifth person, yo, who we can't offer permanent employment to because they can't pass a drug test. Yo, I feel like I'm having this conversation way too often, yo. Like, look, them habits that you got, not judging nobody. All I'm saying is if you want better for yourself, like at some point you gotta tell yourself to chill. Like you just can't do it when you want a certain level of job, career. Now, if you want to stay, like low level, minimum wage, barely making it, okay, don't change nothing. Keep doing what you're doing. But if you're trying to get somewhere where you can actually have a career, where you can actually build yourself, where you can have benefits like healthcare, 401k, tuition reimbursement, all that type of stuff, then you got to be willing to sacrifice on these little habits that's holding you back. It's like you locking your own door from your blessings, from your opportunities. Like you taking the lock and you're locking it and you're locking yourself out. I'm not trying to debate whether or not it should be illegal or what the systems are and all that. We ain't got time to wait for no systems to change. We ain't got time to wait for no laws to pass. People need money in their pockets today. People need careers today. People need opportunities today. And if that one small habit is the only thing that's keeping you from bigger and better opportunities, man, like, come on now. We on our fifth person, y'all. Like, and it is so disappointing because people look at us to supply quality talent, to supply young leaders. And when we putting people out there and you can't even pass a drug test, like, yo, come on now. Not only are you speaking for yourself at this point, now you're speaking for the rest of young Baltimore. Now you're speaking for HeartSmiles as well. And that's not how we do. So look, man, we talk about sacrifice a lot. Sometimes you got to make sacrifices when you want better for your life. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it at that, y'all. Let's get our favorite on here, y'all. Let's get our favorite on here. Real Spill, I see you, yo. Miss Caitlin.
How's it going?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good, yo. We love to see you.
I love to be here. I really do. I was just listening. You let me in a couple minutes late, and I tuned in. I was listening to what you had to say.
I just had to give a quick little peek. Yo, we got our fifth person, y'all. Can't give them a great job opportunity, career opportunity because of a drug test. And I'm just like, yo.
No, we don't got time for that.
We don't have time for it. And I'm not judging nobody. Just like, look, just stop it. Just stop. When you get where you want to be, do what you want to do. But if you ain't got no keys to nothing, if your name ain't on nothing, yo, come on now. Gotta sacrifice.
Yeah.
Gotta sacrifice. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was thinking, you said something like, we don't have time for the systems to change. And you're right. We don't have time for that. But we are going to talk about some of those systems today. And I think we have a really, really important topic that I have a couple of really awesome people coming on to talk to us about.
Yes.
So yeah. Is anyone knocking at the door right now?
They are knocking.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be good. This might be good. Rockstar.
Yes.
What's up? Okay, baby Barack.
Hey.
What's up?
Yes, it's so good to see you all. So I have to say that I actually had someone else planned to come on today, and I planned her like weeks in advance. It wasn't one of our mentors or anything. It was just some other person. And she backed out on me this morning. And so I sent out a message to all the youth leaders being like, SOS, somebody help me out. Who can come on and talk today? And these two, and also Cam, I don't know if she's coming on, but they were the ones who really stepped up. And so thank you for coming on and being here today.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have a lot to cover today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna just give us our quick little tuning our brains in to our math lesson for today. It should be a quick one. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint? Okay, so we have 4 dice. We haven't done this one yet, right? I don't think we have. Okay, we have 4 dice here, and our job is to tell the one that's outlined in blue, how is it different than the other ones? How is it different?
Well, it's the only like actual like it actually has a digit on it. So
Yes, got it. Okay, so this one, the 5 in the one that's outlined in blue has an actual number on it, right? It doesn't have any dots. Cool. Okay, I didn't write in the answers this time because we're just flying through them today. This one, the one in the lower left.
It's small.
It's small, yes, good. Any other things about it?
Well, it's the only black and white one that have multiple dots on there.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Great. Yeah, and I see lots of other people in the chat saying it's small. All right, let's do the next one. This one.
it's the only blue one.
Yeah, that one's easy. That was a gimme. Any other things about it? It's the only blue one. What else? Anything else about it?
I was so tempted to say like it's the only one that got 5 on it, but it's the one next to it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Wait,
Go ahead, Zion.
It's the only one that have like white on it instead of black, a black font.
Yeah, that's a good point. I see a couple people in the chat had said that as well. So it has white dots. It's the only one with white dots. That's a really good point. All right, and the last one. Oop, I went up. This one.
Only one that's representing 1.
Yep. Yeah. And then I see some people saying the size might be a little bit bigger too. I can't really tell if it's the size of the other ones, but
it looks
pretty similar. Yeah, they look pretty similar. Yeah. Okay, great. So that was our little mini math lesson for today. Thanks for engaging your brains in that. Believe it or not, your brains just got a little bit smarter, a little bit bigger. And the rest of the topic that we're talking about today is definitely not related to math. And it is related to racism. And so I just want to preface this conversation by saying, again, I am a white woman. And so my perspectives and my experiences are different than a lot of people who are watching this and the other people who are leading this conversation with me. These types of conversations are hard and they're uncomfortable, and we're all going to make mistakes, especially and including me. And so feel free to put your opinions in the chat and please speak up. Yeah, and we'll jump right into it. And I will let Zion and John tell us the story of the background for what we're talking about today.
Wait, before we get started, I got something to say.
Yeah.
You see this shirt right here? It was made by my sister. It's a customized shirt. And she has a birthday. So yeah, follow her at Customized by Chris.
Can you put it in the chat too so that other people can so that it's there?
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so I guess I could start. So like basically Oprah has this she has like this Apple TV series. I forgot the name of it. It really just slipped my mind, but she has this Apple TV series, and like different people that aren't Black come on. I think it's like every week or just every other episode, and they like ask questions that would be uncomfortable. Like it was like they basically just asked a Black person, Oprah, like uncomfortable questions. So they had got into this conversation off of the questions, and basically one of the white people was saying like basically that all white people don't have the same advantages and they're all in different places. So like white people shouldn't be categorized. And Oprah's basic response was, that's true, but at the same time, they all have their whiteness. Her words, not mine. She said that they all have their whiteness, and she said that's what white privilege is, whether you have the same advantages as everybody else or not. And like it was a huge controversy over Twitter and everywhere else. Like it was just like it's completely racist. Like you're categorizing all white people, da 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 da. And I'll give like my initial opinion on it first. Um, I'm kind of both sided with this because it's like if I'm in the car with a homeless white person and that has way less than me, and then like let's say I'm wearing the clothes I am right now, and we get pulled over for something, and this just so happens to be a racist police officer, like who are they going to take down first? Like I'm just like not knowing anything about us or caring about our appearance. It's literally just the color of our skin. Like who are they going to pick on first? That's how I think about it. So it's like to an extent, I do feel like all white people have an advantage when it comes to that sort of stuff. Now, the other side is opportunity wise, it is just slightly harder for Black people to go out and get it because there are like limited opportunities for us. Like we just so happen to find HeartSmiles. You know, like we're here every day, but not everybody can find that. It is easier for a lot of white people to get jobs compared to Black people because of assumptions. Like we have a criminal record. We're criminals. Like we have all of this stuff against us. So it's like it automatically makes the white person more qualified. So it's like I do agree with Oprah to an extent. Um, Now at the same time, we are all people. If you really want something, you're going to go out and get it. And that goes for Black people, white people, Latinos, everybody. If you really want something, you're going to get it. It's not just like Black people don't have jobs at all. Like we've come a long way. So like, you know, Miss Joni running HeartSmiles, like not single-handedly, but like, you know, like Miss Joni founded HeartSmiles. You know, that's her thing. Cam, his KR Smoothie, she runs that by herself. Like, you know, like we all have jobs as white people, Black people, Latinos, everybody. So like I'm not saying that the opportunities aren't there, but it is just slightly easier for white people to get them compared to other races. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks for sharing that, John, and thanks for giving that backstory. And the show, Cam looked it up. It's called The Oprah Conversation. So just so everyone knows that, if you want to look it up. Zion, what are you thinking so far?
Oh yeah, I want to say people probably like misinterpreted how she was saying it, but everybody should know in America, a white man. Well, that's how I look at stuff, and that's how like I grew up with stuff. If a white man, a white lady, a Black man, and a Black lady go for a job interview, the first person they're going to take in is that white man. Then it will be that white lady. Then it will be that Black man. Then it will be the Black lady. But the Black lady probably have more knowledge than any of them on that board. Have more potential, have more experience. But since he's just a white man, he's going to get that job because he's white. And that's how I just look at things. And that's how I always look at things. Because it is a thing called, I feel like the lighter your skin is, the more advantage you'll get. Like if you look at it like that's just how I say it. I'm sorry if I come off rude to anybody. And then it's also based on your gender. But it's like Oprah, yeah, she's a billionaire, this and the third, but she had to work 10 times harder than Donald Trump would have to work. Donald Trump just got it like that. Oprah had to go do this, that, the third, and even more just to get where she at right now, and still going through stuff just to get more. But the white man, like I said, Donald Trump, he just getting it like that because of his color or because of what he say. So we have to think about, like, in America, it is an advantage. Like with John, like me and him, we both black, this and that. He probably gets something. Okay, so say if we go for an engineering job, he probably get it just because he's male. But since I'm female, that's kind of weird for me to become an engineer or something like that, because they don't want me to be in a STEM or something like that. They expect black women to be to all do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So just the simple fact, like everything is not earned. Just basically, not, I didn't want to say it like not earned, but like some people just get it because how they look or because of the color of their skin. So just like what she said was, I feel like it was true. You have the white advantage.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And you are not being rude, you are spewing straight facts. So just so you know that. So Zion, what you were talking about is a good segue into what I'm going to introduce a little bit of vocabulary just so that we're all on the same page. And I think that this is really important for white people to understand. It's really important for Black people, brown people, Indigenous people, everyone to understand the difference between some of the words that we're going to talk about today. And it will all relate back to this topic of people saying that Oprah was racist, and also Oprah saying that white people have an advantage. So the first word that I want to introduce is this word prejudice. And we've probably heard this word before, so I just want to give a definition to it. Prejudice is the preconceived opinion that's not based on reason or actual experience, sometimes based on stereotypes. Okay, so a person can be prejudiced against another person because of the color of their skin. A person could be prejudiced against another person because of their gender, or because of their sexual orientation, or because of their age. So some examples here are women are emotional, right? So this is a stereotype, and it makes people prejudice against women, right? Because they say, oh, all women are emotional. Okay, another one is Asians are good at math. This is a stereotype that basically says that, you know, it lumps everyone in this group of Asians together and says they're all good at math, right? This is a stereotype about a big group of people, not about one person, about a big group of people, right? And then the last one, this was actually in the news. If you haven't seen it, if you didn't see it, people were actually saying Baltimore youth are criminals. Right? They were taking every single young person in Baltimore and lumping them together and saying that they're criminals. This is prejudice. Okay? You are prejudiced against a group of people. Okay? So my question based on this, and maybe for John and Zion, and then other people can answer as well, is prejudice always bad?
No, and let me tell you why. So I feel like in certain situations, it's completely wrong. Like when you say that all Baltimore youth, all Black people are criminals, like that's completely wrong, because that's not how it is. Miss Joni isn't a criminal, Zion isn't one, I'm not one. I'm pretty sure most of us, pretty much all of us, if you're here, like you're not a criminal. Like you don't do bad stuff. So that's completely wrong. But however, like kind of going back to what Oprah said about just like how all white people have some sort of advantage, that's how America was built. So like that's the truth. Like no matter if you want to believe it or not, like all white people have some sort of advantage, especially in the presence of a Black person. That's really just how it is. So just taking those two examples, it's just like some are true, but at the same time, like I wasn't born a criminal and I'm not going to be a criminal. That's not who I am. That's not what I'm about. But at the same time, there are some Baltimore youth who are about that. But you can't generalize us all into one category. That's not fair.
I think prejudice is bad Because it's just like you're basically putting this whole group into one thing. Because I'm, like John said, I'm black, I'm from Baltimore, but I'm not a criminal. Or I could be Asian, but that don't mean I'm good at math. Or it just, I don't think it's right for you to have a stereotype off of all people because you saw one bad apple. Like, I get what people be saying, like one bad apple spoils all, but all apples don't go spoiled. You have to understand, like, you have to have an open mind about things. Like, okay, I know she's from Baltimore, but that don't mean she's angry. That don't mean she's violent. Let me give her a chance, you know? Or she's a black girl. That don't mean, oh, you say this and she gonna go off, she gonna cuss you out. No. But we also have to think about the things that we portray of us. You know what I'm saying? So like you can't prove that point. Like when we was talking about like the first season, when we were talking about the riots and stuff, about how the violence and stuff like that when I was on with Miss Morgan, I feel like that we were proving their point. As black people, we were proving their point that we're violent, that we angry. We were proving that point. You know? So I just feel like sometimes you can't prove that point. If that you can't prove that point, you have to do different than what you think. Like with HeartSmiles, I don't think none of us criminals. So we're proving their point that Baltimore youth are not criminals. Us doing what we have to do.
Yeah, thanks for saying all that to both Zion and John. So I wrote up a couple points. Prejudice is usually, like Zion was saying, but not always, like John was saying, negative. Okay, both, any type of prejudice, whether it's good or bad, whether you're saying all Black people are good or all Black people are bad, like neither of those statements are good. Both of them are prejudice, right? Because they lump everyone together in a group, whether or not you're saying a good thing about the group or a bad thing. Everyone has prejudice, right? Everyone has stereotypes that are just ingrained in their brain because of the way that we live and the way that we're connected on social media, the types of advertisements that we see. All of those things contribute to us having in our brain these prejudices that sometimes we can't stop. We can try to work against them, but we can't necessarily always stop them. One thing that I wanted to bring up is this, I actually saw this on a website when I was looking this up. So it says the prejudices of oppressed people are necessary for survival. For example, you can't trust the police. So in this case, they're lumping the police all into one category of being untrustworthy, right? But in the case of Black and brown people, not trusting the police is sometimes necessary for survival, right? Because if you're trusting the police to always do the right thing, it's not going to work out. It hasn't worked out, right? And so sometimes, although prejudice in general is not good, it might be necessary, right? Any thoughts on that before we move on, Zion and John?
I was just gonna say, like, little do y'all know, like, we are literally prejudiced, like, all the time. Like, I see it in the comments all the time. People think that based off of how their face is, like, it's like they're mean. And 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. Like, people say that about me all the time, but it's really just like my resting face, like, comes off as mean. But I'm really a nice person. So, you know, like, people have those prejudiced mindsets about you all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad and you don't do it on purpose. But, like, you know, like, it just automatically comes sometimes.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little prejudiced sometimes because like that's sometimes like that's when people teach you something you think is okay. So if I see like people that I know doing it, I've growing up I thought it was okay. Like growing up I used to be like when I went to BIA, Baltimore International Academy, I was like, I wanted to do Chinese because I heard that they're smart. They're smarter than everybody in the world, you know? So like that was just me when I was younger. And I'm just about to be honest with y'all. So it's just like sometimes you can't what you learn, you can't like go from it unless you try. But I feel like everybody's prejudiced. We have to be honest at some point in time.
Yeah, thanks for being honest. It's really helpful to in ourselves to name our own prejudices so that we don't repeat them, so we can try to work against them. Okay. The next one, stick with me here because these are some big words. Okay. especially institutional. So social and institutional power. This is our next vocab word. So when I talk about institutions, I can talk about a lot of different things, but the institutions, some examples are things like the education system, so schools, right? Your workplace, the justice system, right? Like politics and all of those types of things. Those are institutions, okay? So people who have access to social and institutional power are the people that have access to resources, okay? They have the ability to influence other people, and they have access to decision makers. So if you want to cut out these big words, you could think about, we're just talking about power here. Who has power in society, right? And if we're being honest, it's white people. White people have power, the most power in society, because white people were the ones who made it that way, okay? I'm going to add these big words in, these social and institutional power, because these are the words that if you're looking this up online, you might see these types of words. Okay, so I don't want us to back away from, even if it's a long kind of or a long vocab word, just think about it as power. Okay, so social and institutional power. So I'm going to give us some examples, but I want to see if we can come up with any. John or Zion, do we have any examples of social and institutional power? Do you understand what I'm asking here?
I got a little bit jammed up in the middle. I can't lie.
No, that's okay. That's why I'll give you some examples. Zion, do you have any?
I was trying to read the comments, so I really.
Okay, so let me give some examples. Okay, so let me just take them one by one. Okay. There are 615 billionaires that live in the US. Only 6 of those people are Black. When I was trying to look it up earlier online, I couldn't even find how many were Latinx. Okay, this is an example of power. It's an example of wealth, right? Social power. The people who have money have the power. Okay, this is an example. Okay, another example is that only 7% of teachers in the US are Black and only 6% are Latinx. What? So out of all the people who are teaching in the US, only very few of those teachers are Black and Latinx. 80% of them are white.
Miss Caitlin, you lying.
Not lying.
No. I've seen a lot of white people in my school, but dang.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, for real?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have some lawyers?
I don't have the lawyers. I should have looked that one up. Zion, you'll have to look that one up and get back to us on that, okay? You should. My last example is that white people own 96% of rural land compared to 1% of Black people. And rural land, I'm talking about like farmland here. So not like in the cities, right? But that big expansive land. So we have to think about, well, one, people who have land have power. Why? Because land costs a lot of money. So if I own a bunch of land, I have a bunch of money because I can sell that land, right? So we have to think, why? Why is that the case? Well, because white people stole it, right? We stole it, my people. I'm saying this as a white person. And it is an ugly, ugly fact of history that white people stole the land of Black and brown people. Not just Black people who were enslaved, but also and especially Native American people, right? So we stole it. And then now fast forward, Black, brown, and Indigenous people have harder times getting loans by loan companies because of prejudice. So it was like Zion was saying, if a Black man, a Black woman, a white man, and a white woman go in to get a loan to buy some land, they will 100% give it to that white man first and foremost, then to the white woman, then to the Black man, then to the Black woman. Okay, all of these are examples of how white people have more power in the US than Black and brown and Indigenous people. And this is saying it is nothing that is wrong with Black, brown, and Indigenous people. It is everything that is wrong with how white people have structured society and culture. Okay.
Yeah, Miss Kayla, I kind of just want to piggyback off of what you said, because really, back when the Great Depression, everything was going on, like pretty much sometime before that, like the biggest advantage that you could have was being white and male. Usually the generalization would be just white. At the same time, like a lot of white women couldn't get jobs because like their stereotype was to stay in the house, cook and clean. They had freedom to do that, but like they didn't necessarily have all the freedom that white men had. Now, Black people, in a sense, like just everybody, like generalizing Black people, we didn't have power, like at all. Like that goes for Black men and women. Like white women, like I said, they had like the freedom to, cook and clean and do everything else, but they weren't really trusted with actual jobs. That was white men, like going out, paying the bills, doing all of that, like governmental stuff. Like that was for the white man. And I just want to address Kamaya's comment and Lamar's comment real quick. Kamaya said we can't just completely blame the people who have privilege. We also need to think about what we're doing for ourselves. It's barely anything. We spend money instead of save money. Just to address that first, I totally agree, because it's like it is messed up that Black people have to try way harder than white people do. It's messed up, but like that's the way it's been, and that's the way that it's probably going to continue to be unless we really rise up and show them exactly who we are. Like we were doing that for a while, but like even the government is not taking us seriously after doing all of this, these riots, like all of that. They're still not taking us serious. So until we find a different way to approach it, and then like they actually listen to us, this is the way it's going to be. So like it is messed up that we have to live like this, but at the same time, like Kamaya said, like even though we have to work 3 times as harder, like that's just the way it is, whether it's fair or not. Life isn't fair. So like we actually have to do that for ourselves if we want different. It's just the way it is. If I want to buy a car versus a white boy my age, who comes from a rich family, and it all descends down to him, he didn't earn that. And I technically didn't earn it, saying that we're staying in the same position, but automatically, like maybe his parents, based off his economic situation, he will get that car instantly when he wants it. And me, like my parents can help me, but at the same time, like I'm gonna have to work too. So like us being in the same circumstance, I still have to work harder, and it's not okay. We should be equal, but at the same time, that's not how it is. And the sooner we accept that and just live with it until we actually, get to that place where, like we're equal, which I don't know how long that's going to take. Like I said, after all these riots and stuff, but once we actually get to that place, that's how it will be. But for now, we just have to accept the fact that we have to work hard too.
Okay, I found the thing about the lawyers thing.
Yeah, tell us. I'll add it in.
If you don't know me, now you know I'm into politics and stuff. Miss Joni and Miss Morgan them know that, so that's how I was doing that. So it's a lot of black people. Black people. Oh my gosh, what was the movie? I told y'all in season 1. I forgot the movie on Netflix. But mostly in jail population, it's mostly black people, right? Now listen to this. According to 2018, it's 85% of attorneys who identify as white. It's 5% as African American, 5% as Hispanic, 3% as Asian, 1% Native American, and 1% multiracial. So
for lawyers, Zion, you said?
Yeah, for attorneys. So remember, it's 85%. 85% that's white. And it's mostly blacks in jail. Just compare it.
Can you say the statistics one more time so I can write them in here?
85% identify as white, 5% as African American, 1% Native American, 1% multiracial.
And how many Asian and Hispanic.
3% Asian. And 1%. Oh.
Was it 5%?
5%.
Yeah.
So I just wanted y'all to just think about that part. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for looking that up and for sharing that. And thank you for people in the comments who are commenting about how we are focusing mostly on Black statistics right now, and we have left out of the conversation a lot of the Asian statistics, Native American statistics, multiracial or biracial statistics. And I want to apologize that that's my own blind spot, because what I mostly focus on is Black rights, and that's what I've been looking up for the past couple months or year. And so it's my own blind spot, but I appreciate that y'all have pointed it out. So, all right, I'm gonna move on to the next one. The next one that we're talking about is white privilege and white supremacy. Okay, these two words are pretty much interchangeable: white privilege and white supremacy. Okay, so it's the idea that white people and the thoughts, beliefs, and actions of white people are superior to the thoughts, beliefs, and actions of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Okay, there's a big misconception out there that white supremacy is only referring to the KKK, neo-Nazis, and those like extreme groups that you hear about. But this isn't true. Okay, white supremacy is everywhere. Okay, white supremacy is embedded in our culture because white people have created it that way. Okay, it paints this picture in the media, it paints this picture in politics, it paints this picture everywhere that we look, that white people are the norm, that white people are good, and that Black, Indigenous, and people of color are bad or not the norm. That's what white supremacy and white privilege is. This is what Oprah was referring to. She was saying that because of the way that our culture is structured, white people have an advantage because they are seen as the norm and everyone else is seen as abnormal, not normal. Okay, that gives white people an advantage because everyone says, oh, we have to be more like white people. No, that's not how it should be, but that's how it is right now. And that's what Oprah was referring to. Okay. It's sometimes hard to spot white supremacy or white privilege because it's hidden in our culture, right? Because it's not just the KKK and neo-Nazis. So I want to actually, just give some examples. And this is just an image that I found online. So white supremacy is this whole thing, this whole picture that we're looking at. The top part in red are the things that we consider to be socially unacceptable. Those are the things that are like that extreme white supremacy things, right? Lynching, horrible, hate crimes, right? The N-word when it's used by white people, racial slurs, okay? And then we have on the bottom half in green, we have things that are still white supremacy because they're still in our culture, but we might not recognize them as white supremacy, okay? Things like fearing people of color, right? When a Black man is walking by and a white woman is walking and she grabs her purse closer to her. This is an example of white supremacy, okay? White people saying, don't blame me, I never owned slaves, not taking responsibility for our actions as white people, that's white supremacy. Okay, it's embedded in our culture. Should it be? No, absolutely not. But it is because of the way that history is and the way that white people have built the society. Okay, Zion and John, any thoughts before we move on?
I have a lot of thoughts. I'm gonna try to keep it short though. I'm looking over this chart and I'm really just blown away with how much is acceptable. But really, the first one I'm gonna start with is Make America Great Again. How can you make something great that was never great in the first place? Like like you brought us, Black people, over to a country that wasn't even initially yours. Native Americans founded that land first. And then like Columbus Day, I don't even think Christopher Columbus even founded the US. I don't even like I remember them telling us that. Like he like that's a complete myth. So I don't even know why we celebrate him.
He got
Like
lost. That's the thing. He got lost and saw land.
it's just like, and I could go on and on about all of this, but really it's just I don't think this much should be acceptable. And really, like it's not impossible to change the system. Because like really, like I'm gonna give you an example. You go to a party and you try to change yourself. You try to make yourself this completely other person. Like in school, you were a nerd and now you're trying to be and act all popular at a party. Like it's very hard to do that. Like because like you're really denying your own self that you are daily. So like it's hard to change yourself. Like use that example with the way America was initially built. Black people now just like trying to like rise up now that Black people actually have a sense of what's actually going on with us. Now that we're really realizing it now, it's going to be very hard to change hundreds of years of what was already built into the system and what was seen as socially acceptable. It's hard to change that. So it's not gonna happen overnight. But like I feel like Kamaya said, like once you realize how the game works, you might have to work a little bit harder, but it can eventually change the system. Eventually. But don't expect results immediately. Just work towards it and it will happen.
And also, we have to remember it didn't start in the U.S. It started in Africa. So all the stuff they was doing, like the lynching, all that started in Africa. So you have to add on more hundreds of years of stuff like that. So just like this been happening since our ancestors been at their own land. It's just this thing that I don't know what was going on in England, why they thought they were better than everybody else when they didn't even know of the rest of the world until Columbus found it, whatever. I just don't know why they think some. I don't know. I don't understand how white people think it's okay to think they're better than everybody when they couldn't do stuff for themselves. Because if you could do stuff for yourself, then you would have built your own land. You wouldn't have to steal my ancestors to build your land. So why do you think you're better than me? If we're being honest, I'm better than you because technically this is if we want to be I built this. My ancestors built this. So you can't overstep me when my ancestors are stronger than your ancestors can ever be.
I just want to address this comment real quick from Ms. Dominique. She said, honestly, I'm scared to go running sometimes because the route I take goes through some predominantly white neighborhoods. I feel like as a Black person, I almost don't belong, where I feel as though I tense up when I see a police car, even when I haven't done anything. And my response to that is, honestly and truly, that's how you feel about white people when you're surrounded around white people. But because of the way the culture was built, white people don't necessarily feel out of place around us. They may be somewhat scared because of how we were portrayed to be, but they don't feel out of place. They feel like they have always had the idea that they have belonged. This is what we built. Like that's what's in your history textbooks. That's what you learn from your teachers. That's what the system wants you to know. So that's what you're going to know. That you belong. Your ancestors built this place. You were entitled to all of this. That's how a lot of white people's mindset works, and that's exactly why we have this tension going on today. Like because of white people's initially, I don't want to generalize everybody because you do got people like Miss Caitlin, but like like a lot of white people, like the white people that had that mindset, that's why we have this tension now because they don't necessarily realize that behind the scenes we kind of were the people who built this place. Like the white people dictated it. They brought us here and then like we did the work for them. So like in a sense we did build this place behind the scenes. So I don't understand, like I feel like eventually we should get to that place where feel like we belong everywhere.
And I want to build off that. We can, sometimes I really don't get mad. Like, say if somebody a person like come off as racist to me, I can't get mad because that's a taught behavior. You're not born racist. You don't come out saying, "Oh, I don't like black people." You're taught that black people are bad. So you have to understand. Some people might go a different way. Like, I watched this episode on Law and Order, and there was this man. He tried to get his granddaughter to understand, like, black people are bad, they're not good. But then she was like, "What? That don't make sense. I don't see any difference." So there's sometimes it's a taught behavior, but sometimes it's some way you go, like, okay, this is not right. This is not how you go about things. So it's a half and half with it being racist.
Yeah, thanks for sharing all of that, y'all. I want to address one comment from Talia in the comments that said race shouldn't matter. Talia, you're right that it shouldn't, but the reality is that it does, right? And so we can't talk about it as if it doesn't exist, even if we think that it shouldn't be an issue. We have to be able to address it and talk about the fact that white people have more power than Black, Indigenous, and Native Americans, or Black, Brown, and Native Americans. And so, yeah, you're totally right. And yet it does. So we have to have these conversations because we can't keep living in a society where white people have all the power.
Listen.
Okay, we have only a couple minutes left. Can I give one more definition? Because this is the main thing that we want to get to. Okay, racism, right? Racism is thrown around all the time. Oh, you're racist. This person's racist. What you said is racist. All this stuff. Okay, the one thing that I want us to get in our brains right now, this first point, racism is different from prejudice. Okay, so I can be prejudiced against a group of people, but racism is different because racism is the combination of being prejudiced against a group of people and having power. Okay, so this might take a minute to set in. It is having prejudice and having power. It is the combination. It is not one of those things. It is both of those things, which means that reverse racism does not exist. This is not a thing. Okay, for a Black person to be prejudiced, can be prejudiced against white people, but Black people are not racist against white people because Black people don't have the power in society. Okay, this is important because racism is, we need to get rid of racism. And it only applies to white people. White people are the only ones that are racist. So when people talk about, oh, Black people are so racist because they think this and this about white people, they are prejudiced, but they are not racist because there is no power. There is not the same consequences that comes from racism coming from white people. When white people are racist, it means that it oppresses people of color. When Black people say things that are prejudice, it doesn't have the same consequences because it does not oppress white people. Racism oppresses people of color. Does this make sense?
Miss Caitlin, my mind, because it just makes so much sense. My mind is just now I realize Oprah can't really be racist because we never really had the power in the first place. We could talk all about having the power, but that's not how it actually is. Anything can come out the mouth, but if you don't have the power, it don't mean nothing. So I get that it doesn't exist, but prejudice does exist and it is still wrong, but that's true, Miss Caitlin. I don't got nothing else to say.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I agree with her. What she said, people misinterpret it, but what she said was correct. How can Black people be racist if we just can't? We just can't. We might say stuff, But like you said, if we don't have that power, then I mean, y'all, we have power. Don't let that defer you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, so if somebody says to you, oh, you're being racist, as a Black, brown, or Indigenous person, you can say, no, I am being prejudiced. I'm naming that I am having prejudice, but I am not oppressing white people in the same way that white people oppress me. Okay, that's what you can say. I am obviously white, so I am part of the oppressors, unfortunately.
I have a question.
Also, unfortunately, we're out of time, but you can ask your question really quick if Miss Joni will allow you.
It's just a yes or no. So if it was a Black person that's president and they would said something prejudiced, would that be racist? Just to make it clear.
No, because they are still part of a group of people of color who historically have not had power.
Okay. All right.
All right, y'all. Thank you. This has been so, I've gotten real uncomfortable and sweaty. Zion and John, you have been amazing. The people in the comments have been amazing. Zion and John, do you want to drop any jewels for us in this last minute?
Like, I'm gonna go off Kamai saying you gotta work hard to be somebody. So just keep working hard and be somebody that you're gonna be.
My jewel for the day is Miss Caitlin's amazing, y'all. Like, I would have never, like, my mind is literally, oh my God. Miss Caitlin's amazing, y'all. If you don't got a Miss Caitlin teaching you stuff, you ain't learning it right. That's it.
That's not a jewel, John.
That's a
But
jewel.
I appreciate you and I love you. Yeah, I got no jewels. I'm feeling too flustered after that comment. Thanks, John. I just so much love to all of you. And thank you for the people in the comments who pointed out blind spots and brought up hard things and all of that stuff. It was an amazing conversation. So thank you. And I will see you on Friday.
This was so amazing. And Miss Kayla, I can't let you go without saying thank you to you for being willing to have these hard conversations. Like, not a lot of people can stand in the space that you stand in and truthfully stand in that space. And not a lot of people will be willing to. So I just appreciate you for being a part of our HeartSmiles family and for being my sister. Like, thank you so much. This means everything.
Thanks for letting me be a part of it. It's a blessing.
Come on now, let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Trackstar. Thank you, Baby Barack. Y'all did great. I'll see y'all later. Y'all, what a powerful way to end the day. Yo, I just appreciate being able to have these type of hard conversations, whether you agree or disagree or whatever. Like, none of that really matters. What matters is that we have the space and we have people who are able to have these conversations and willing to have these conversations. So thank you all for having your minds open, for, engaging, especially with the comments, with things that you're thinking. Like, yo, this conversation was amazing. And, I'm kind of like Kamaya, like, I don't really do too much. I probably don't do as much as I should in terms of like racism and all that stuff like that. Cause like, yo, I'm busy trying to fix the problems. You know what I'm saying? So I know my lane. I let other people do that, but definitely an important conversation, a needed conversation. But, definitely we can't allow ourselves to be in that trap where we use that as an excuse to not be successful, because we can still be successful regardless. Yo, Miss Tremaine, we need those Asian friends of yours, and we need them ASAP so that we can have even a richer and deeper conversation with people who tend to be left out of these conversations. And I'm not sure if we have any Asian heartbeats, but if we do, please come and join this conversation. I think I may have like 1 or 2 Asian friends that I can probably try to reach out to. But definitely, Miss Tremaine, if you have somebody that's willing and that's available, let's get that set up. All right, yo, I hope somebody had a great day at work today. We had a great day at work. Yo, it's only 7 days separating us between now and our very last day, y'all. So we got a lot to get done. Maya, I see you got an Asian friend. Yo, get them connected. Hook them up with Miss Caitlin, with Miss Money Mo so that we can get them set up to come on and have this conversation. Like, let's try to do that ASAP if we can. Yo, what we doing? What we got? What's today? Wednesday? Winning Wednesday. And guess who leading tonight, y'all? Taylor. So if you are familiar with my voice, then you know Taylor, yo. Taylor's going to be leading Winning Wednesdays tonight. Super excited about that. We're going to be right here at 6 o'clock tonight for Winning Wednesdays. And look, y'all already know what I'm going to say, yo. Feel some daylight out here. You got some time to be productive. Victory, I see you, yo. The countdown is real, though, baby. The countdown is real. Yo, this should not be ending your day, yo. This should be starting your day. You work, you get the knowledge, you get the lessons, you get motivated, you find some place to get yourself disciplined, and then you start working on your goals, whether that's a business, whether that's a success plan that you got, whatever it is. Don't let this be the end of your day. This should be the start of your day. This is where the real work comes in, where you start to get stuff done. And man, listen, y'all already know what it is, y'all. Tell a friend to tell a friend, yo. Success sessions. You want to be successful? This is where you start. You want to be connected with other success-minded young people. Y'all saw we pulled Amari out of the freaking gates, yo. You want to be connected with people like her, yo? This is where you start. And like Chaos Smoothie say, like Dante cosign. I see Andre on here cosigning, yo. You don't want to be a broke bum? This is where you start, yo. Success sessions, yo. We only got a few more days, yo. We trying to get as much in as possible. So if you a new heartbeat, still standing on the sidelines and you want to get in the game, you want to play the game, reach out to Miss Money Mo today. Reach out to one of the heartbeat mentors today so that we can get you scheduled to come on, because we want to hear your perspective. We want to hear your ideas, yo. Like, we want to share this platform with you. So I'm done, yo. I'm done. If you're coming to Winning Wednesdays, I'll see you here at 6. If not, then I'll see you, tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 9:55-ish, whatever the deal might be. But go do something productive. I'll see y'all later.